Stefano is not here?
I didn't see him yet.
Welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to moderate this session, which represents the first official event of the Center of Competence for Sustainable Finance. I don't want to take any time to the speakers. We have many panelists. The main challenge is to handle the time. So let's start immediately with the Director of the Department of Banking and Finance, Marc Chenet, who will give us a bit of the background of about the center. Marc.
Thank you, Stefano. Let me go there. Okay. So indeed, my colleague Stefano Battiston and I are delighted to welcome you all to this afternoon session. The moment we have all been waiting for has come. After months of academic as well as administrative work, preparation, and meetings, you name it, with the strong support of the University of Zurich, of the Dean's Office. Today is finally the D-Day, the launch of the Center of Competence for Sustainable Finance. The University of Zurich has a tradition in terms of teaching and research activities in sustainable finance, and will become, with this center, a key player in this field. We're also delighted and honored to welcome the Nobel laureate, Professor Joseph Stiglitz, who is visiting the University of Zurich on the occasion of our conference on climate change and financial risk, and who will be our keynote speaker later this afternoon. It will be the climax of this conference and of the center launch. He will be talking about how climate change affects our economies and the distribution of wealth, and the reasons for which the financial sector should seek to integrate scientific knowledge into their assessment of risk related to climate. The creation of this center is an achievement for the whole team involved in this process. And at this point, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of them for their work and dedication. It is now the beginning of a new phase. We have gained visibility, and we should continue to deliver in terms of teaching and research activities. What is our mission in terms of teaching and research activities? Create new courses and programs, and more broadly, answer to the growing demand from the student side. We will develop a minor in this field, and possibly, who knows, a master's program in the long run. We also strive to generate high-level and interdisciplinary research activities. This is an ambitious goal. 3 centers will be regrouped under the umbrella of this ambitious Center for Competence, namely the Center for Responsibility and Finance, led by Professor Carmen Tanner, the Center for Sustainable Finance and Private Wealth, led by Dr. Falco Petzol, Dr. Annette Kraus, and by me, and the Phoenix Center for Financial Networks and Sustainability, led by Stefano Battiston. The idea is to generate synergies and to broaden the scope of our activities. Allow me to briefly introduce the team. You see here a long list of names from various faculties and departments. You see, so our Faculty of Business, Economics and Informatics. So the 4 departments are represented here: Banking and Finance, Informatics, Business Administration, Economics. The Faculty of Law is also represented, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Faculty of Science. I think it's a good signal. This diversity augurs well from the future and should allow for fruitful interactions. One important feature of this Center of Competence is interdisciplinarity. Indeed, there is no sustainability in economics and finance without interdisciplinarity. This issue of sustainability has so many dimensions and facets that standard one-dimensional concepts are often too limited. An example is a choice of the discount rate. This choice is not purely financial. It is a quite tricky issue. With a high discount rate, future catastrophes discounted today are negligible. The choice of the discount rate should reflect the interest of future generations. It should encompass the economic as well as the political, sociological, legal, and moral dimensions. Here is the organogram. We hope that Professor Joseph Stiglitz will accept to chair the so-called advisory board, the BIRAT. With the creation of this center, the UZH shows that it assumes its responsibilities vis-à-vis taxpayers, students, and society in general. Global warming is a major challenge our society is confronted with. Here, just a few figures to illustrate the magnitude of the problem. Over time, in 1 century, between 1950 and 2015, it is expected that the world population will multiply by 4, the GDP by at least 20, and if we want the Paris COP21 agreements of 2015 to be respected, that is to say, if the increase in global temperature at the end of the century is to be limited to plus 1.5 degrees Celsius, global CO2 emissions in 2050 should be much smaller than those of 1950. This is precisely a major challenge. Solutions should be implemented as soon as possible. It is the responsibility of current generations to address this issue and to take into account the interest of future generations. What is the nature of the solutions? Is technical progress the answer to this problem? It is part of the solution, but obviously it is not enough. We need new mindsets and the development of new concepts, and this is precisely what this new center endeavors to deliver. At least this is our objective. Without further ado, I will now give the floor to Stefano Battiston, who will moderate this afternoon session, and more information here.
Thank you, Mark.
You are welcome.
So we continue now with a panel conversation, and what is special about this panel is that we have faculty members from different faculties of the university, different departments, and of course, not everybody that is in the organogram could be fit physically on a panel, so somehow we're happy that we have some of those, and they will provide their perspective of why do we need a Center for Sustainable Finance at the University of Zurich, what they have been already working on themselves, and what they will plan to work on, especially in particular, hopefully in collaboration with across the faculty. So I will start with Kern Alexander from the Faculty of Law.
There we go. Thank you, Stefano, and might borrow the. There we are. Great. Excellent. Thank you, Stefano. Also, thank you, Professor Chenet and the other organizers of today's event. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to speak very generally, very briefly about some of the projects in the Faculty of Law that are addressing sustainable finance from a legal and a regulatory perspective. So at the beginning, though, when we think about law, we have to be somewhat careful, because law reform in any area, especially in the area of financial regulation, can be a complex, difficult, and drawn-out process. And I think that that's certainly the case in the area of how to regulate the financial risks that relate to environmental sustainability. And so, this is a slide that kind of says, if we wait for law reform in this area, it might be too late. And I guess the overarching theme I'd like to make is that in analyzing what the role of law and regulation is, we should think about existing legal frameworks, existing regulatory rules and standards and think about how we can more creatively apply them to achieve broader financial policy objectives rather than going through the complexities of trying to enact new treaties or new laws. Now, let's see. Now, in the law faculty, I don't speak for everyone, but some of the main areas of research that we have been working on involve looking at the role of banks, banking regulation, the corporate governance of banks, and also the regulation of banks to see how banks can be incentivized to allocate more credit for sustainable economic activity. Another area of research is looking at the regulation of investment, the regulation of asset management companies, and how the interpretation of fiduciary duties can be made in a way that enables asset managers, investors, to invest money on behalf of beneficiaries to help the transition to a low-carbon economy. Another area of research we're looking at is how to achieve financial inclusion. So not so much on environmental sustainability, but looking at social sustainability. Of course, many countries in the world, especially developing countries, have challenges regarding financial inclusion. And so what we're looking at is how digital finance can be regulated in a way to enhance financial inclusion. And we are also looking separately at a project of EU law about how European Union banking law and investment regulation can be designed in a way to achieve sustainability objectives. And in particular, it's looking at the European Commission proposal on taxonomies, the classifications of different economic sectors as sustainable or not sustainable, and seeing how that might be implemented into the current bank capital regulatory framework, this Capital Requirements Directive 5, and also the MiFID directive on the regulation of financial products and the regulation of asset management investment policies. And then finally, I'll make just a few words about a newly formed research network for sustainable finance that brings together universities and research institutes across Europe and internationally to try to address sustainability challenges from an interdisciplinary perspective, from both economics, finance, other areas of the social sciences, law, and even areas of the natural sciences. So I'll just say a few words very quickly about that. But before I begin, Stefano wanted me to mention a report that I was the author of in 2014 called Stability and Sustainability in Banking Reform. It was published by Cambridge University Press, and it was a report that was commissioned by the United Nations Environment Program, in which we studied how the Basel Capital Accord could be applied in a way to try to incentivize banks to provide more credit for sustainable economic activity. And essentially, our four main points in the report were that history demonstrates links between systemic environmental risk and banking instability, that the Basel Accord currently does not adequately address environmental systemic risk, and then the report conducts an empirical review of regulatory practices of countries outside of the Basel Committee to show that many countries in the world are addressing environmental sustainability and systemic risk in creative, innovative ways, and that the Basel Committee should take the experiences of these countries on board and revise Basel III to take account of this. And then that the Basel Accord where it's revised, it should focus on risk governance and corporate governance of banks under Pillar 2, and also looking at Pillar 3, the market discipline part of the accord that deals with the disclosure of risk to the market. So that's where we think the most reforms could be made. Now, also, that report led to another report that I was a part of that was commissioned by the G20 and its Green Finance Study Group in 2016, when China was the president of the G20. And basically, this initiative consisted of 3 reports that analyzed how the banking sector how governance in the banking sector from the banking side, as well as what regulators should be doing to try to incentivize banks to meet a broader set of sustainability objectives. So it was an empirical research. We reviewed the experience of banks by conducting interviews, collecting data on their current risk management models, and also reviewed the experience of regulators, what regulators are doing to regulate sustainability risk, and then coming up with some common practices and generally accepted practices of regulators across the G20 countries, and based on that, making policy proposals for reform of banking regulation. And so that was a G20 report. Now, also at the law faculty now, there is a research project that is looking at the role of regulating digital finance to achieve financial inclusion. So this is looking at social sustainability. And this paper aims at how to balance innovation and risk to achieve financial inclusion objectives, and makes policy recommendations about how these technologies can be regulated while avoiding some of the downside risk. Special attention is given to the role of central banks in facilitating the regulation of digital finance, and also explores possible global coordination in this area. Other Zurich law academics, and some of them are here today in the audience, are looking at the role of pension funds and how they should be regulated in promoting the transition to a low-carbon environment. Another colleague has published an article on corporate social responsibility and how it can be done in a way to help achieve other social sustainability objectives. And finally, the last slide deals with the Research Network for Sustainable Finance that was launched in 2019. And this, as I said, is a network of universities in Europe and internationally that will bring together academics and policy makers and researchers to explore how sustainable finance objectives and sustainability more generally can be promoted from a financial policy perspective. So anyway, in a nutshell, those are some of the initiatives that are going on. Thank you, Professor Battiston and Professor Chenet, for inviting me to be on the panel today.
Let's turn now to Annette Kraus to give us a sense of on the education side.
Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Karen. Mark. The Center of Competence includes a focus on teaching. That's a little unusual for competence centers at the university. I'm happy to talk about why we think this is important and how the center will hopefully help us to advance teaching in sustainable finance. The Center of Competence is a cornerstone to be able to do that. Sustainable finance is a new field. We don't have a standard academic textbook canon that we can give into teachers' hands and say, please teach this. So we're working on building a field in research and in teaching. And the setup of the Competence Center is quite ideal to do that and to go beyond and advance the existing initiatives. Mark mentioned that we already have a history of teaching. I'm glad to say that the International Finance Law class is on our list of classes. But we want to go beyond. We want to achieve the goal of offering a portfolio of academic, science-based teaching curricula and programs to a large number of target groups. University students, master students mostly, but also not forgetting bachelor and obviously promoting PhD research interest as well. And we also want to build on and advance the executive teaching in sustainable finance. The competence for this is quite important because it not only is rooted in academic research and science, which is our differentiating factor in teaching compared to practice-based teaching. It also brings this platform for interdisciplinarity. So, as Mark was mentioning, we already have something. We have worked hard with the faculty and the dean's office to be ready to offer a specialization in the master program with the next regulation reform. We have bachelor classes that increasingly address sustainability questions. Some of them in mandatory classes, some specialized classes. I'm proud to say we are the market leader in executive education with the first and a full certificate of advanced studies in sustainable finance, and specialized, strategically selected additional not-for-credit offers for executives and wealth owners. But the Center of Competence will help us to broaden and build on this, ensure the continuity of the programs, lay ground for a larger program, for instance, in the master, thinking about talking with other disciplines, and making sure that when we advance the executive programs toward a Master of Advanced Studies, that we obviously continue to talk and interlink this with the finance executive education and the university strategy on executive education, but be able to talk to colleagues from other disciplines as well. So to sum up, I wanted to remind you of where you find information on what we already have on the website, and to remind of us our vision of science-based, applicable, and interdisciplinary teaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. I have to ask you to accelerate a bit and keep the to the core of the message. So now I think we have Markus Leipel.
So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk here. I only have 2 slides, which also reflects the fact that I'm more or less new to this kind of topic. My background is mathematical finance, and I thought for the rest of my life I'm going to teach investment bankers how they can optimize profits. But I think with having 2 small kids now, my focus has changed a little bit, and I think I have some kind of obligation to do something better than just maximizing profits. So I looked at climate physics, and I saw that climate science has advanced enormously over the recent years. Nevertheless, all these IPCC reports, they, at least up to 2013, they didn't really trigger anything in society because people were not aware of the imminent danger of climate change. So I think that tackling the climate problem is necessarily an interdisciplinary problem. Interdisciplinary because you don't change anything in the world when you don't influence where capital is flowing. And this is where economists and finance researchers have to live up to their obligation and provide something for this generation and also for future generations. Now it was interesting, like 2 days ago, the last resistance, I would say, in the financial market, namely BlackRock, admitted that the climate is actually changing. So therefore, I added this quote here by Larry Fink. And I think this is good news to some extent. Maybe it's just greenwashing, so we have to be a little bit careful here. Greenwashing meaning that now it's really en vogue to talk about climate, and you really have to find out whether it's what they say is truly what they do. So I think it's necessary to have an interdisciplinary approach. And climate change, it's very easy, right? The problem is caused by economics. Climate is not changing because of natural emissions, it's because of man-made emissions. And therefore, we are at the very center of the root of the problem and are able to tackle the problem with all the machineries that we have learned over the year. Now, one can think that you can have a very pessimistic view about the future, but I think there is some silver lining at the horizon, and the silver lining comes in the form of new advances in machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data science. We have an immense amount of data available these days, and I'm happy to currently be at Google as a visiting researcher and get some insights into what is actually possible to do. Of course, there's also some downside being at Google these days, so I've been 5 months there, and this morning I noticed that I don't fit in my suits, business suits anymore, because the food is for free there, and everybody gains weight at Google, so sorry for not wearing a suit today. So big data and computational methods are definitely a tool which will help to tackle the climate problem. My own research agenda will focus on kind of what I've been always doing, like finding asset prices or determining asset prices, but this time I include also the climate risk and see whether actually investors are taking care about climate risk, or and there's also some kind of interdisciplinary connection to what Kern has told you about regulation. Does regulation eventually bite, meaning that it helps to change how investors behave? And there are different methods you can use, from data science, natural language processing, and so on and so forth. And this will be my research agenda for the next 5 years, hopefully also together with collaboration from industry. Stop.
Thank you, Marcus. So it's now time to reconnect also to the natural sciences, and this is why we're very happy to have the Dean of the Faculty of Natural Sciences, Michael Shepard.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure being here invited for this very interesting panel. Just to explain our focus, my background, I briefly would say I'm a space scientist, which is different from a rocket scientist. As a space scientist, I work for European Space Agency and NASA. We're building next generation instruments that are either airborne or spaceborne to map either conformity or compliance from space. Basically, we're looking at how biodiversity evolves over time and see whether this is compliant with international legislation. Now, this is not easy. You all know Photoshop. In remote sensing, you have a satellite which is transmitting down data on the Earth. You get images, everything can be photoshopped. So the question is, how does conformity be possible if you're working with data that can be easily manipulated? That's the reason why in legal cases, usually evidence from satellites is not yet fully accepted. It's a very interesting story where we work on the physical component of the Earth system. We are monitoring the impact on ecosystems. We can currently measure roughly 30 biochemical constituents in vegetation, and by knowing the composition, we can say something about the sustainability of plantations and so forth. So basically, we are the crazy people that not only use large infrastructure. A satellite goes for $400 to $800 million, and an aircraft is about 10 to 20 million. So we are also developing software that finds the possibility for compliance monitoring. I think that's my brief introduction, and I would like to pass on to Alexa.
In high school, usually having a last name that starts with W is an advantage because you get called on last. On a panel with distinguished speakers, not so much because you're last. I'm a financial economist as well. Like Marcus, we're in the same department. I don't think I need to motivate anybody here why the topic of climate finance and sustainable finance is important. Nonetheless, I brought this quote that is by a geochemist actually, but it's quoted by Marty Weitzman, who taught me environmental economics and micro during my PhD. Unfortunately, Marty tragically passed away last year. The climate system is an angry beast and we're poking it with sticks. Now that has a clear environmental economics or environmental angle to it. It also has a clear economic angle to it, namely the notion that there are extreme outcomes we need to worry about. And finance is the study of risk. It's also the study of opportunities in the form of returns. Our hope is that finance can play a productive role. So for example, the Paris Agreement says in Article 2 that making financial flows consistent with the transition to the low-carbon economy is an important way forward. And so in our research, we're trying to contribute to that goal. Some of the outcomes are surprising. So for example, after the election of Donald Trump as president of the US, actually what happened was that climate-responsible stocks did better than their peers. That's contrary to what most people think if you ask them, but it turns out in the data that's true. What happened seems to have been that long-run investors recognized maybe there's going to be a big policy rebound that's going to come back and hit companies harder, so it's a good idea to actually invest into climate responsibility. Similarly, in another paper that I'm actually going to present tomorrow, so that's a small plug here for the academic sessions, a paper with two brilliant PhD students, Marco Ceccarelli and Stefano Ramelli, we're looking at mutual funds and how investors, but also managers of mutual funds, respond to an eco-label. In April 2018, Morningstar put out a low-carbon designation label. Right? And so they are hoping to make some business out of that, obviously. How do investors respond to that? Well, not surprisingly, investors like that label. Maybe also not so surprisingly, mutual funds actually respond to that, so they change their investments. But for us, from a perspective of financial economists, the question is that only good? You might think, yeah, that's great. Financial flows are going towards the good stuff, so to speak. But it turns out that investments, mutual funds that have this low carbon label are actually exposed to higher idiosyncratic risk. Why? Because you're less diversified. And so for an investor, sort of understanding the trade-offs involved in that is important. I mentioned these two things because they benefit from interactions with other faculties. I came here about 14 years ago because of the strong interdisciplinary focus of the university. Marc was the head of the recruiting committee back then, so thanks very much for that opportunity. Yeah, it was a good, really a fantastic opportunity to come here. Interdisciplinary is also going to be, I think, a key factor of this center. And I see many practitioners here, and I just want to call out to you, like I think everybody did, we are very open towards interactions, especially upstream interactions, in that sense that we're not going to try to produce research and then present it to you. Ideally, we have a conversation before about what are the useful questions that need answering. We're very open towards that, and then the center can be a huge success.
Okay, so thank you all to provide an insight on your perspective on sustainable finance. I think that my takeaway from this is essentially, you see, it's a challenge, but it's also there's also hope and clearly a need to reconnect finance in its various dimensions, corporate finance, mathematical finance, with various elements. On the one hand, you need to look into, well, what happened on the regulatory side, the legal aspects, because eventually finance can only bite, I mean, the risk metric can only bite if there is appropriate regulation in place. And on the other hand, in particular to avoid greenwashing, as you mentioned, well, there has to be a way to objectively verify that what people say is actually happening, and one of the ways you can do it is by basing those measurement and relying on the natural sciences. We don't have the time. Of course, this would open up, a lot of discussions. The goal of this panel was just to give you a glimpse, it was a teaser, make you curious, and we don't have the time to delve into the big discussion. The time is pretty tight, so we have to end soon this session. Just a little bit of housekeeping. There is now no break, but if you want to, if you need to exit the room, now is the moment. Quickly, but we are starting right away with the next session from Research to Practice. Now, please, let's thank all the speakers again, and let's wish the Center of Competence in Sustainable Finance a great future. Coming back for the...
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Irene Monastrolo from the Vienna University of Economics and Business, and I have the great pleasure today to introduce and moderate the first research policy session on how could financial institutions and policymakers assess climate-related financial risk, and in particular transition risk in investors' portfolio. Today with me, I have the pleasure to have four speakers, both from academia and financial supervisors and policymakers. The characteristics of these speakers is that they either contributed to foster academic knowledge and research on climate economics and sustainable finance, and to apply the research to financial supervision and policy making. Just before I leave the floor to the panelists and introduce them, I would like to discuss with you and introduce you to the issues at stake that we face when we talk about the relation between climate change and financial stability. So we know that achieving the Paris Agreement climate targets requires to align investment to sustainability. At the same time, we know that recent research show, we will present tomorrow our just published papers, that financial markets are not reacting enough. This means that, yes, there is a slight reaction on the green side, but actually they are not pricing yet the risk of staying brown, and this means, implies that there could be a mispricing of climate risk. Thus, policies have been advocated to signal the market, such as carbon tax, and even further, there are advocates of green monetary policies and financial regulations, but yet governments are delaying the introduction of climate policies. In this context, a disorderly transition can trigger financial risk. And indeed, Mark Carney, Governor of Bank of England, and other central bankers started to talk about climate Minsky moments. There is a main gap for investors and financial supervisors and policymakers to assess and embed climate risk in financial valuation, which is the lack of standardized and transparent science-based metrics and methods. This is crucial to inform both investors' portfolios risk management strategies in the low carbon transition, but also financial supervisors with a financial stability mandate on delivering on their mandate, and in particular to understand to what extent climate change could represent a risk for financial stability. There is growing awareness indeed of climate-related financial risk by central banks and financial supervisors. We already mentioned Mark Carney, but this year at the annual IMF World Bank annual meeting, the new managing director, Kristalina Georgieva, actually openly spoke about the need to gear up for the IMF to integrate climate risk in its surveillance duty. And we even, I was so glad to be invited as a panelist in a session talking about what the IMF could do to mitigate climate Minsky moments. Should they worry? Yes. We see here the results of the climate stress test of the financial system that we published 2 years ago with Stefano Battistone and Antoine Mandel and other colleagues on nature climate change. Stefano will talk more later about this. However, what we show is that investors' exposure to climate, forward-looking climate transition risk is significant and could be amplified by network effects. Why is it difficult and challenging for investors and financial supervisors to address such risk? Well, this is due to the nature of climate risk, which is characterized by non-linearity, endogeneity, and complexity, and also by the nature of financial risk that is characterized by, which is driven by financial interconnectedness. Also, it's difficult because there is a bit of misunderstanding of what we are talking about when we talk about climate risk. And in particular, in this case, it's important to highlight that climate ESG is different, environmental social governance is different type of risk from climate risk. In order to fill this gap, research has been developing in the recent years standardized, transparent, science-based climate financial risk metrics and methods such as climate value at risk, the climate spread, and the climate stress test to help investors and financial supervisors to bridge the gap. And today we will be actually presenting this research and showing the applications in collaboration with climate scientists and climate economists. Indeed, today we have here as panelist Kiwan Riai, who is the director of the energy program at YASA and lead author of the IPCC report. So Kiwan will discuss how integrated assessment model have contributed to inform climate science and the policy discussions, and what are the opportunities and challenges to further to use the output to inform climate financial risk metrics and methods. Professor Stefano Battistone from the University of Zurich will talk about the framework that we co-developed to use the scenarios of the trajectories of the integrated assessment models to develop climate financial risk metrics and climate stress test. Then we will have Petri Jakubik, who is a team leader of Financial Stability Department of the European Insurance and Occupational Pension Fund Authority in Frankfurt, who will present the result of a joint collaboration. It's a climate risk assessment of the sovereign bonds portfolio of insurance companies in Europe, which was recently published as a financial stability report of EIOPA. And Lucia Alessi, who is a project leader at the European Commission Joint Research Center in Ispra. She was deeply involved in the work of the European Commission Green Taxonomy, and together with Stefano and Alan Roncoroni, they jointly developed a financial risk assessment of the Green Taxonomy used the methodologies developed by Stefano. So I leave the floor to the speakers. I will be really sharp in keeping the time. So you have 9 to 10 minutes. Then we will have a short round discussion with all of you and clarifications. And then I will open the floor for questions and answers. Kiwan, the floor is yours. Okay, we have just a technical issue. It's not true. And indeed, look, it doesn't change. Yes, so it doesn't change. It's too big.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So actually, while we wait to fix the technical problems, I just would like to tell you also why we are all here today together. So it started all 4 years ago, where together with Stefano, and I was still at Boston University, we decided to use the trajectories produced by integrated assessment models to assess the potential paths that an economy could take in order to achieve the climate targets of the Paris Agreement. Our idea was to say, okay, what is the financial risk or financial opportunities associated to staying on one trajectory or to another trajectory? And in particular, this is the work that we jointly developed recently. The point was, to what extent and under which conditions finance could be a driver or a barrier to achieve the climate targets. And this is something that we have been, when Mark before talked about interdisciplinarity, it's easy now to talk about interdisciplinarity or even transdisciplinarity in research projects, but 4 years ago it was a bit challenging, and even today, in putting it into practice. I think we can go now?
Yeah, it works now. Great. Yeah, thank you a lot, Irene, for the kind introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be here even twice on a day. So I want to perhaps use my 10 minutes to talk a little bit about the challenge of integrating finance into the traditional way that climate mitigation analysis is done. I think recognizing, and those of you who have been in the morning will recognize this slide, recognizing that the pledges from the Paris Agreement and the current political process is moving towards a completely different direction than what is needed for limiting warming to 2 degrees. For those who haven't been in the morning here, the red emissions pathway here are those which are suggested by the pledges of different countries in the post-Paris process. And the green and the blue areas or pathways down there, these are those pathways that are consistent with the long-term objective of the Paris Agreement to keep temperatures well below 2 degrees and try to achieve even 1.5 degrees. In order to close this gap, and I mentioned that already in the morning, it is necessary to fundamentally change the way that we invest into the energy system particularly. What you can see here is our average investments between now and 2050. On the right-hand side, you can see the massive upscaling needs in terms of investments into critical options like efficiency, renewables, but also into energy infrastructure for transmission and distribution and storage. And at the same time, we need to disinvest into fossil fuel sectors. So we need to massively reduce investments into fossil power systems as well as into the fossil extraction industry. And those changes in the investment portfolio would need to occur in order to really bend the curve from emissions down to what we have seen before. So this is a typical investment portfolio for a 1.5 degree scenario. And I think finance can here a very important role in mobilizing those investments. There are different studies out there who started to interpret scenarios that come out from the climate science community in terms of the financial risks. This is one study, and very early pioneering study done by UNEP, who looked into different risk factor pathways on a very aggregated level. I want to emphasize another study that I've shown in the morning already. Which a slide that has been shown now 5 times today, and I think it's a slide that deserves to be shown 5 times. So that's really, I would say, the pioneering study that is out there at the moment, trying to evaluate financial risks in terms of what's the value at risk and in terms of stress testing. But I think we are really at the moment relatively far away. The two scientific communities start to talk to each other, but it's by far not yet, I would say, something that we want to perhaps even mainstream, that finance experts and finance scientists work together with climate scientists in the future. And in order to achieve this, and I announced this already in the morning, there's a new community effort underway from the integrated assessment modeling community, where the main experts from the climate science side have formed a task force, or a scientific working group to engage with the finance community, with people like Stefano and Irene and other colleagues. And there are a number of challenges when we think about how to bridge climate science and to assess finance implications. One is particularly that I think the information that we need in terms of finance risks is very heterogeneous. So there is not one monolithic finance community out there, but banks, insurers, reinsurers, institutional investors, the industry sector, multinational corporation, all need different types of information in order to be able to assess financial risks at different levels. And a lot of that information is actually not available from the climate scenarios. So the climate scenarios are available at a relatively aggregated level, and they need to be translated and expanded in terms of granularity so that we can more directly look into financial risk implications of those transition sciences. I think another big challenge in this handshake of the two communities is that climate scientists, and particularly long-term mitigation pathways, focus on different time frames than the finance community. So if you look at climate scenarios, there's a lot of inertia in the climate system. Fundamental changes to socioeconomic systems require also times. So usually the time scale that we are interested in, these are decades up even to a century. While if you think about financial risks or finance risks, you think usually 6 months ahead, or perhaps 10 years ahead. 10 years is probably long-term, 6 months is a short-term. Correct me if I'm wrong. So in order to think about a role model of how to bring the two communities together, there was actually some initial thinking and discussion that the computer system doesn't like Austrians, let's say. Okay, so in order to, this is now animated, it makes it, okay. So in order to bring the two communities together from the analytical side, there is some initial discussion ongoing, and this is a summary figure actually from a paper that Stefano, Irene, Bas van Reuven from IASA and myself have just recently submitted, and which tries to sketch a way how we can better integrate climate mitigation information with information from the science side. I think first step here, we need to develop narratives of how future financial systems will operate, narratives which are consistent with the narratives that we develop in the climate mitigation area. Usually, first of all, there needs to be a qualitative story about what changes we need. This is a really nice animation which doesn't work here. Yeah? You want to go back? No, I want to also go. There's a delay. Okay. Just one. Okay, okay. But perhaps let's do it without animation. So the second steps would be to look into climate scenarios, into existing scenarios, try to understand in which sectors, which areas, or which time frames we can see specific shocks, and try to translate them in terms of, let's say, strong changes in market shares, and Stefano was alluding towards this before. Then after that, this is on the right upper side, I think one could do some finance climate valuation of the scenarios and of the different options, including the stress testing. And ultimately, what you want to do is you want to look at the one hand, understand risks that might exist because of the transition, but you want also to assess opportunities that might come from the finance sector and think about finance instruments that might support mobilization of investments and feed those instruments endogenously back into the scenarios so that we get a better understanding also of the pace of change in climate mitigation scenarios. Yeah, with that, I want to finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and this I think give an assist to Stefano's presentation, because Stefano will actually build on what Kiwan presented so far in terms of climate, the use of integrated assessment, the development of integrated assessment models and their use for financial valuation, and Stefano will actually discuss and present what we did in the last 4 years, with in particular an application that we did when I was last summer in Stanford University, and it's a joint work with the Austrian National Bank that provide data on its sovereign bonds portfolio.
Okay, so now what I will be very briefly talking about is how to essentially fill the gap between this guy and this guy. So they represent the knowledge in climate science and in climate economics and all the pathways, energy pathways, feasible energy pathways that we've been talking about. And now, however, eventually we need to reach those who are supervising the insurance and the other parts of the financial sectors, and of course, and then Petr will say what are the needs, but I will try to explain very quickly how to go from one side to the next. And the first important concept is something that we touched upon this morning, is the fact that the energy transition could be disorderly. And by disorderly, and it's not actually a term that we have invented, it's a term that has emerged in the community of practice. What people mean by that, in particular the Network for Greening the Financial System, a disorderly transition is a transition in which there would be large changes in asset prices that are not anticipated or not fully anticipated by the market participants. And in particular, this could be leading to larger asset price volatility that is not then taken into account. And if the portion of the assets that are concerned is large, you could even have systemic risk. So now, why is that important? Because, as we also said this morning, one of the key features of climate-related financial risk is that it is a new type of risk for finance. It has features that are very different from the type of risk that you would typically consider and look at in finance. Typically, the way you define a price in finance, that you assume that you have a distribution of returns, for instance, a distribution that is known by the agents ex ante, and then you can take an expectation on that distribution, and this is a distribution that you can calibrate based on using historical data. That is all things that simply do not apply in the case of climate. There is the endogeneity, and there is the tail, there is the multiple equilibria, and completely different notion of discount rate that is appropriate. That means that essentially traditional approaches need to be inadequate and needs to be complemented. And so what we have been developing, thanks to the vision of Irene, who was first working in a group that actually was developing, one of the main groups that is developing the integrated assessment models, the vision to fill the gap between the work that is done by the whole community on integrated assessment models and the world of finance. And but in addition to that, because we're scientists and we are academics, we think, and it is really important, that this has to be done with a scientific approach. And that's what we've been developing. So we have a framework that is transparent. It's very important that it's transparent because it makes it replicable. And here you see there in the third bullet is a list of some of the partners that are involved in this endeavor, in particular the Vienna University of Economics and Business and Paris School of Economics. And just to, now there is a little bit of overlap with what I've been talking this morning, which was supposed to be an academic session, but then, you know, there was a crowd of practitioners showing up, so that we were very glad of seeing. But so there was a little bit of overlap in the slides, but that's, I think, is actually useful. So in a nutshell, what our framework does is the following: provide a rationale, a rational approach to understand what is the information set that an investor or an agent in the model, if you want, would need to look at in order to codify the available information, the available knowledge, both about climate science and about the feasible transition pathways. And then you want to implement that into a risk management strategy that has to cope with a very deep challenge, which is risk management. You want to be quantitative, but at the same time, you want to recognize, acknowledge, and do something about the deep uncertainty that, as we heard this morning, characterizes anything about climate change and any remedy that it will be carried out. And so eventually, the output and is an adjustment of risk metrics that are otherwise familiar to in finance. And so what is very important is that we carry that out in an illustration, an example that makes sense to people. And one of the examples that makes a lot of sense to people is a portfolio of either corporate bonds or sovereign bonds. And that's exactly what we are doing in this exercise with the EIOPA. We are demonstrating how you can do it. And then, of course, there's a lot of caveats that should be taken with the results, but this shows what is the analytics and what is the channel. Now, I will very quickly go through what is the chain of, let's say, the various modules of this framework. So without repeating too much, what was get into the details, there is a module that looks into the climate scenario that feeds into the module that extract from that the shocks from the trajectories. From there, you need to get down to either the asset level, so to say, so either the characteristics of the firm or the characteristics of the issuer, which can also be a country. And then, once you've done that, you can derive then once you have a statistics, well, you derive all the risk metrics you want and all the familiar one. The problem is to find a reasonable way to shift them. So this was also the formal representation of the information set. I think it's just for you to know that there is a way in which you can formalize and say what are the items that you should have there. This is how many minutes do we have? 0, negative. I mean, 4. Okay, good. So when I said that you can and you should, but it's difficult to reconcile quantitative measurement with the deep uncertainty, that's the way we think about it. This is an example in this formula, climate value at risk strategy. Essentially what you need to do is consider the various policy shocks that are possible for the, in case the transition is not orderly, is disorderly. If the transition is orderly, nothing happens, so we shouldn't worry. But there are many people are reasonably concerned that the scenario of a disorderly transition is non-negligible in probability. We don't know how much, but it's non-negligible. And then still, it can happen in many different ways. So you need to condition to the various policy shock. Let's call them policy shock. I can expand a bit more later. And then you want to see, condition to that, what would be the value at risk that I can compute in that scenario? And then I need a decision rule on how to do that. And then it depends on how risk averse I am, which kind of institution I am, and so on. I think it's probably, just maybe wanna give you a sense of the, yeah, just this, and then I'll pass the floor. Essentially, what the channel of transmission that we are looking at is the following. It's highlighted in this formula. So delta Q is a change in probability of default of the issuer J when going from a business as usual B to a policy scenario P. So we call this the P shock. So it's a climate policy shock P. And condition to that shock, essentially what you model after you have done some algebra, you can derive a formula where you can see that the probability of default of the issuer, be it a firm or a sovereign, essentially is shifted by a combination of shocks that have to do with the revenue stream in different sectors that are relevant for the transition. And then in particular the fossil sector, and then the renewable sector and the fossil sector, both in primary and secondary energy. Okay, so I think that's the... Yeah, so maybe something that it's worth mentioning, thanks to the connection of Irene to the Austrian National Bank. 2 years ago, we started a collaboration with them. Actually, the whole story behind this sovereign bond is that the Austrian National Bank was asking us to carry out an assessment of sovereign, of their portfolio. And then when we looked into their portfolio, it turned out that 80% was exposed on sovereign bonds. So then basically we had to come up with a fresh idea on how to carry out an assessment of climate risk for sovereign. And that's how things then developed, and we started thinking about a sovereign as a portfolio of activities through the composition of the gross value added. I think it's maybe a good time to, sorry, this is a few seconds delay, so you have to synchronize your mind with the, no, this is, I think, Alan? Yes. Oh, okay. You thought I was using the remote control, right? So, yeah.
Thank you, Stefano. And now we pass the floor to Petr Jakubik from European Insurance and Occupational Pension Fund Authority. We present our joint collaboration and why doing a climate financial risk assessment is important for EIOPA and for insurance companies, and what are the challenges in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. And also, first of all, I would like to thank to all organizers, and especially Stefano and Irene for inviting me. It's overall a very useful conference, I can see. There is a bit of echo. I don't know. Is it better now? I think it's that. If someone could...
This micro is on.
Okay. Maybe now, yeah, now it's better. Okay. So very much thanks, and I think it's very useful conference and talk. Also, for me personally, as apart from my work in EIOPA, I'm also as a hobby affiliated at university, and I'm very close to academic work. So it's very close to my heart to see this bridge and cooperation. So I'm very happy to be here, and I will try to address the issue which was mentioned. I can build up on many things which were mentioned already. And in EIOPA, I would say first why we are looking at this, why it's important to assessing and pricing climate risk. And that's something what I also have to see personally. It's my mindset also completely changed, because like 2 years ago, we were not really having this in our agenda. I didn't have it in my own mind. And it really changed dramatically over last year. And apart from the traditional risk, which as an institution which is responsible for insurance sector and pension funds, we can basically for us key risks are of course financial risk, but these new emerging risks are getting more and more important, apart from cyber risk, which was also present when we started the session, kind of. So we have now climate risk. So that's something very new, and it's getting a lot of attention indeed. Now, why it's important? It was also mentioned that we have different type of investors. So insurance are long-term investors. So we were mentioning before the horizon 6 months. Okay, that's not the horizon insurance is supposed to look at, because they are having, especially life insurance, they are having liabilities, let's say 20, 30 years, sometimes even more, and they somehow need to match the risk. So indeed, they are affected by long-term risk, and climate risk is one of them which they could be affected with. And for this reason, it's very important that insurance are incorporating climate change risk in their own risk management. And of course, for us, as we are kind of supervisor of supervisors, it's important that we also understand this risk, and we also steer national supervisors and finally, ultimately, the industry to bring this in their mindset. EIOPA did already some work in this respect, so there were several initiatives. There was first analysis, which actually was mentioned today by Stefano. That was the analysis on potential climate sensitive exposure based on the work which Stefano did. Just looking at the different sector exposure to different sectors, and to do kind of rough estimate what might be the magnitude of the exposure of insurance toward the climate risk. Of course, this is very rough, so further works needed to follow. EIOPA also issued the opinion on integrating sustainability and climate change risk into the Solvency II framework, so that also came out relatively recently, September 2019. We are also planning to do sensitivity analysis this year. And ultimately, we also want to implement this or include this in our stress testing methodologies when stressing insurance sector at the European level. So indeed, this topic is important, and this was also reflected by a recently revised, actually it's very fresh, EUPA regulation, which we had this ESAS review, this free European agency regulation were revised, and also EUPA regulation was revised, and sustainability finance is pronounced quite explicit in the regulation. So we also supposed to do this based on the mandate. Now, why we need cooperation with academia? Because we are a relatively small institution, so just for your background, because I don't know how many of you are familiar with our setup, we are around 150, 160 people, but we are working a lot with national supervisors, so it's in fact more because we are getting a lot of inputs from them. But in any case, our capacity is somehow very limited, and we need to leverage on the work which is done outside the institution, and especially in academia. In this respect, there was this publication which Irene mentioned in a recent financial stability report. It was published just before Christmas. It was a small Christmas gift for us because there was also thematic article section when the article, which was joint article actually with 3 of the panelists and 2 of panelists and 1 moderator. So basically, almost all authors are now here. So we published jointly this paper in the report, which was assessing climate risk for sovereign government bonds for the European insurance sector. And definitely there is further cooperation is planned, is needed. And let me just say a few words why sovereign. So this is the setup for European insurance. So what is the investment splits for European insurance? And you see that sovereign is one of the most important. And also it was the area where, let's say, the expertise was somehow limited. So that's why we focus on this. And as I have a very short time to finish, why sovereign bonds portfolio insurance, why this is kind of challenging also for the industry. It is because we have somehow limited knowledge of this, because it's a kind of, it was mentioned already in the morning, it's, you need to have forward-looking approach, you cannot base it on historical data and so on. So that's why it's somehow challenging. And there are some results from our paper which show that the exposure among the country is somehow quite heterogeneous. Despite on scope seems to be very limited, depends what kind of scenario, of course, we apply. So if we apply some severe scenario, it might be more materialized, but you also need to keep in mind that sovereign exposures are kind of quite high in terms of overall setup of the portfolio. So we will continue this work, and I want also to mention one initiative which was actually recently launched, and that's EUPA call for research proposals, which we launched somewhere end of October, beginning of November on our website. Actually, the deadline was yesterday, so we received some proposal for research paper. It's a kind of framework. We are setting up the framework for cooperation with external researchers, to have some rules and to have more work and leverage on this, and to set up kind of project to allow also external researchers to work on our data together with us and to leverage on this. And of course, climate risk is one of the potential topics. So I will stop here to keep also some time for chair. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will try and use this one. So good afternoon, everyone, and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I'm here to speak about the EU taxonomy of sustainable activities and the research support that we provided in the context of the development of this piece of regulation. So what is the EU taxonomy? I don't know if... I can go back? Okay.
You have to press gently and wait 3 seconds.
All right. Okay, so what is the EU Sustainable Finance Taxonomy? It is basically a list of economic activities with performance criteria in the terms of metrics and thresholds for their contribution to 6 environmental objectives that are listed in the slide. The taxonomy at the moment focuses on climate and in particular on climate change mitigation and adaptation. So an economic activity, I will probably use. An economic activity is defined as green if it does provide a substantial contribution to at least one of the objectives, and at the same time does no significant harm to any of the other environmental objectives, and it complies with some minimum social safeguards. Economic activities may be, energy production, but also cement production or steel production or land transport. So they are defined quite granularly. Why do we needed a taxonomy? We needed a taxonomy essentially to bring clarity to the market so that investors have certainty about the greenness of the investment they're going to make. So that their decision process is smoother, easier, they save time and money. And also regulators and policymakers can use the taxonomy. In fact, the taxonomy is the cornerstone of the EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan, which includes many other key actions, but many of them, also many pieces of regulation will refer to the taxonomy. For example, the eco-label, the regulation on the ESG disclosures, the development of an EU green bond standard, they all refer to the taxonomy as an underlying dictionary. So what is the taxonomy? As I said, it is a list of economic activities and relevant criteria. It is by any means not a rating of good or bad companies. It is not at the level of the company, it's at the level of the economic activity. It is very flexible to adapt to different investment styles and strategies, and is, of course, no mandatory list to invest in. It's simply a reference. As I said, is very heavily science-based, and it's absolutely not making any judgment on the financial performance of an investment. It only looks at the environmental performance of an economic activity. And finally, as I said, it will continue to be developed to cover also the other 4 environmental objectives, and it will respond to changes in technology, science, and new activities and data. This is an overview, a very high-level overview of the sectors that are covered in the taxonomy. The structure of the taxonomy follows the NACE classification, which is the standard statistical classification for economic activities in Europe. 67 activities are included in the taxonomy. So for each of these activities, the Technical Expert Group on Sustainable Finance, with the help of the Joint Research Center, has developed metrics and thresholds in terms of energy efficiency or greenhouse gas emissions. How can one use the taxonomy, for example, to assess the greenness of an investment? So let's take the example of an equity portfolio. One would start at the level of each investee company, look at the business mix, check what's the proportional of the company revenue or turnover or capex, which is taxonomy compliant, and then average for the whole portfolio. Now, this is, of course, much easier said than done. First of all, because there is no suitable data. Second of all, because you do not have direct control on the money that is raised by equities. So there are many challenges. However, this is a job that needs to be done. It's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. And I'm quite proud to say that together with Stefano, Alan, and Sofia from the ECB, we have actually done it. we have developed a financial impact assessment of the EU sustainability taxonomy, try and understand where European financial markets stand with respect to environmental sustainability and what could be plausible scenarios going forward. So, I'm waiting. Okay. Thanks to the European Central Bank who shared confidential data on investors' exposures, the first thing that we did was to classify investors' holdings into climate policy relevant sectors, which are the sectors of the economy where climate-related risks and opportunities are building. And we provide in the report, which is published and available online, we provide some interesting charts at the level of the, for investors aggregated at the level of institutional sectors. So we can do that for equities and bonds. I'm waiting, okay, bonds. Another thing that we did was to check the holdings of European investors against the taxonomy. So in this chart, we plot a taxonomy considered holdings. So the holdings that for which the taxonomy provides a threshold, a criterion. So the light green part of the bar that you see there is not necessarily all taxonomy compliant. It's simply considered in the taxonomy. And you can see that it's already quite minor, in fact. So you can imagine that taxonomy eligible investments will be even smaller than the light green part. And as I said, we do this for equity portfolios and for bond portfolios. Then another thing that we do is to estimate the taxonomy eligible market share. So in this case, we really try quite heroically, but indeed we are the first ones to try and do that. We try to estimate what is the share of European bond and equity markets that at this very same moment could be taxonomy compliant. And we do, I mean, there is a lot of work behind this because this is based on security by security data, and it's based on each and every criterion that the taxonomy puts forward for each and every economic activity. So for manufacturing, buildings, transport, each and every subsector of these. So based on a careful analysis of the criteria and on the data that we have on the structure of European equity and bond markets, these are the numbers that we come up with. And of course, I can't discuss the results, but this is just to motivate you to go and read the report. And finally, what we do is a projection of what we could expect going forward. This projection basically tells you the increase in financial investment that we might possibly see in the various climate policy relevant sectors. We also include bonds and loans as relevant financing sources for this additional green investment that we need. The underlying macroeconomic scenarios on which these numbers are based are provided by the literature and are the ones that are published by the European Commission, for example. And our overall conclusion is that these numbers are definitely within reach. So it's not like a more enormous amount of investment that we need to meet the targets.
Thank you so much, Lucia. And the reason why I wanted Lucia to be the last one to present the research is because, of course, the taxonomy represented a big step in the Sustainable Finance Action Plan of the European Commission, but also attracted a lot of discussion. And, but in particular, it represented the first tool that investors could use to understand at least what could be classified as green or aligned to climate mitigation, less to adaptation, and also not to do harm. And based on this, I would like to open shortly the discussion among our speakers. So I would like you to take one point that you found particularly interesting about in the presentation of your colleagues, and then I will open the floor for questions and answers. So, who want to start?
May I pick a challenging question for us and also for the audience? I think, so some people may start thinking, okay, what is the relation between the taxonomy and the first part of the presentation, which was the discussion, which was on an assessment of risk. And so there are things that can be said, things cannot be said too much, but about what is behind, behind the curtains of somehow the taxonomy. But of course, it is clear that the vision is that you cannot do any assessment of climate-related risk, in particular related to the transition, if you don't introduce first some level of classification of the economic activities. And maybe I would like to Lucia to comment on that.
Yeah, I know where you're heading to, because I know you would very much like to have a brown taxonomy, like many others. And the only thing that
what we wanted to hear from you.
Of course, I know what you want to hear from me. But I mean, the only thing that I can say is that you always need to keep in mind that the political process behind each and every small advancement is very, very difficult and cumbersome. So it was already, negotiations behind the green taxonomy have been successful. They have been long and painful. You can imagine how negotiations about the brown taxonomy would be. So let's be happy for the moment we have a green taxonomy, but then of course your point is taken with respect to risk analysis, a brown taxonomy would be useful.
And we are happy.
And maybe I would like to ask Keiwan, your models have a detailed representation of energy technologies and emission paths. So how do you feel in relation with the taxonomy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, with the applicability of your models in the exercises provided by financial supervisors? And in particular, in this case, it was insurance, which have a particular business model and exposure to climate risk.
I can do probably this enough. Yeah. I think this is a quite pertinent question. So, I mean, first of all, I think it would be interesting to try to use the taxonomy to evaluate also existing scenarios that are out there by the integrated assessment community. And but how I would do that, I'm actually not completely clear about this. You two need to tell me how to do this, actually. Yeah, it would help to connect the scenarios to what is happening, I think, more on the ground. I think it's a very promising research agenda, basically.
Very quickly, I think so for people who are not familiar with the data analysis or at the firm level or the sector level, this may seem a bit abstract, but in fact it's a very concrete problem. And so on the one hand, all these integrated assessment models are modeled in a very detailed way the economy, and in particular the energy sector, and in some cases also the transportation sector or the agricultural sector. And of course that use classifications. And then on the other side, we have a very advanced and actually now implemented and approved very recently taxonomy, which of course is building also on another classification of economic activities, which, however, historically had a completely different purpose. That was the purpose of national accounts, which have been then enriched where it was possible with information about the technologies that are relevant for the transition. And this mapping is still in the making. That's exactly what Irene had the vision a few years ago to work on, and that's exactly what needs to be done more in detail. And once this is done, and you see the first fruits with this report we've done with the EIOPA, when this is done, and it will take years. I mean, we have to revise, and go back, and this will provide will allow to carry out an assessment of risk that is better and better in terms of taking into account the various dimensions and making justice to the uncertainties that climate scientists tell us that we should take into account.
And maybe in this regard, Pet, you want to say something about,
Yeah.
as a financial supervisor, sorry, what we would like to see. I mean, what are the next steps that you foresee?
Yeah, so let me just complement. So definitely having taxonomy, it's great. So finally we have something that might be also used kind of cross sectorial even, and it will be comparable. So we can also see what are the exposure across different sectors. I mean, we are very often in dialogue with also ESRB, so looking also at the banks, looking at with ESMA at financial markets. So we have kind of common language. That's good. What definitely needs to be done is to further work on the methodologies in terms of to move to include climate stress tests or climate stress test framework into our regular stress test framework. So to add this risk also into this, and that's something what we are currently working on. And that will still take some time because there are still many open questions. And it will overall help with assessing the risk, and but the first good starting point is to have the same language, and also to have the same language with the industry, with the companies, with the national supervisor. And in this respect, any kind of work which leads to having the common language, I could only welcome.
And I think that this is a very good, important point to close our first part of the session. And indeed, when we were talking before about the importance of interdisciplinarity and also the difficulty to making it happen, the main point was really trying to speak the same language in climate, among people who have very different backgrounds in climate science, climate economics. I'm an agricultural economist by background, actually, and also in people with a financial risk background. So now I would like to open the floor for questions, so we can collect, well, we are right on time, so we can collect several questions. Please go. Please raise higher hand. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, and 7. Perfect. Yeah, just a remark. When you do your question, please, it has to be a question, so only one question, and please introduce yourself. Thank you so much.
My name is Thomas Roth. My question is, as far as I've understood, the risk pricing only considers the revenue side. To what extent do you consider the cost side and indirect effects? The background of the question is that, for instance, with energy transition, I would expect substitution and displacement effects with potential price shocks on energy and transport in general. And as such, I would expect, for instance, a discount on any company activities that are relying on business models that are transport and energy intensive, even if they're fossil free.
Well, Axel Michaelova from Political Science, University of Zurich. To Stefano, you gave the two examples of two economic IAM models giving very different results in terms of the bond spread. Can you explain how there was a switch model giving a bond spread which was very different from the other bond spread in terms of the outcome, and it would be interesting to see what are the explanatory factors for these differences in the bond spreads.
Katharina Michaelova, equally University of Zurich Institute for Political Science. I can very much understand that the political process around this is very complex. And I was wondering whether an alternative to getting this pass onto the market would not let the supervisors start by applying something. So if you want to get through the Brown classification, for instance, I mean, couldn't that be an alternative?
So I think that these questions were mostly directed to Stefano, and then also K1 and Petr and also Lucia. So you can maybe start.
Maybe I take the easy one, and then so the easy question was the one about why the different models are giving, and then Q1 will explain more. So in the assessment, we used input from a selection of integrated assessment models, and there are differences in the assumptions and also differences in the calibration of these models, which interestingly lead to different trajectories in the future. And I'm sure Q1 can say more competent things about why. The result, however, is that because the trajectories, the scenarios of future trajectory of the various sectors in the economy can be quite different, then also the difference between the business as usual and the target, the scenario that is compatible with even the same climate policy, 450 pp in concentration, they imply a different economic shock. And because it's a different economic shock, everything else being the same, still the financial shock is different. There was the other question about the why only revenues and not cost. In fact, it's not entirely correct, but it's a very good point. Going forward, this is precisely one of the things that is being enriched, because luckily the integrated assessment models provide also other variables, cost of resources that can be used in the input, and which then can update the not just the revenue side but also the cost side of the firms, and yeah, and this can be done under the different scenarios.
Perhaps coming back to the first question about the UZH and the GCAM, the two different results which look quite different. Actually, the uncertainty in terms of the price signals across different models is relatively large. And by using those two specific models, which are not, so these are not the models that I'm working with, one has a relatively good representation of the total economic spread. So the UZH model, we call it in the model jargon, is a relatively stiff model. So greenhouse gas reductions lead to relatively high price responses, while the GCAM model is relatively flexible in that regard. And they differ not only in terms of the modeling philosophy, a macroeconomic model compared to more a simulation model, but also in terms of the assumptions, how much transaction costs are there, how much optimality will be there in the climate policies themselves, which also make the price responsiveness of the different tools quite different. Perhaps one comment on the transport sector and anticipated price shocks in the transport sector. Not all of the models foresee a price shock when transforming the transport sector. I think a critical factor here is to which extent we will also change values in the society, go away from the dominant current model of usership ownership to usership. So to which extent will in the future the quality of the service be in the focus, or who is actually owing the service. So it means, would you switch away from private car-based mobility to a more shared mobility if the shared mobility provides you with a better service? Because very often, even a better service can be associated with a lower costs, and it depends a lot to which extent you can utilize the enormous leverage which is there because of the data sharing and also the digital revolution that we have, which can really economize transportation processes a lot. So it is not always a price signal it's not making, so a decarbonized system can be cheaper than a not decarbonized system. Depends on lock-ins and path dependency.
And maybe if I can add on this, it's also what we talk, when we talk about the low carbon transition, most of the debate is about costs, but we forget, and this is something that we will discuss tomorrow in the session tomorrow morning in climate economics, that it's also a story of opportunities, and in particular of opportunities for actually fostering sustainable development and increase maybe the size of the pie in a just and sustainable way. So this is also something, and this does not always have to come at a cost and for someone. Then the policy applications, please.
I really like the question. In fact, I wanted to ask something very similar, whether supervisors can put any pressure on the market. Because like my personal idea is that there is something that supervisors can do. For example, when they design their stress test, they can make some assumptions, and then of course the message would pass to the market. However, if you look into the taxonomy, it is very, very detailed, and there was a lot of effort to decide on contentious matters, like, I don't know, gas, for example, or biofuels. You know, there are very many activities for which it's not as easy to say, you know, it's brown or it's not brown, and this is not for the supervisor. So this is something that ultimately will need to be regulated if other policies will need to rely on this definition, like, for example, bank capital requirements. You know, if a brown penalizing factor or a green supportive factor will be discussed, the definition of green and brown will need to be in the regulation.
Okay, so I got the last. No, I mean, I would just take it a bit maybe broader, not only from let's say, insurance supervision perspective. Maybe the mic. Might be better. Yeah, so there are two things which I would distinguish. So one is like, can supervisor kind of provide best practices in the way, which could be followed by the market and kind of steer the market, that market is using the best practices? And here the answer is yes. The another question is, what kind of rules should be implemented within the regulation? And now I'm talking about stuff like hard limits and, you know, this kind of issue. And that's different things. Then you need to have a taxonomy. So in terms of best practices, that's something what we are also doing as EIOPA. So as I mentioned before, that we are now working on basically providing stress testing methodology, having like a methodological paper, even saying what kind of practices can be used in stress testing methodology, to have kind of toolkit or toolbox where, based on your aim and your setup, because all those things might be different, depends what is your aim, you know, which jurisdiction needs to cover which kind of risk, what do you want to check, what do you want to assess, and then to pick up from this, you know, methodological toolbox the right part which would fit to you. But indeed, any work which is done in this field can further steer and help also the market to use the best practices and to be aware. The most important is that they need to be aware, and that's already part of EIOPA opinion, that they're supposed to reflect on this in their own risk assessment. So that's not something what we would not consider. That's exactly the direction we are going. Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. We have still time for 3 short questions. So what's next? It was, okay, 1, 2. and row 3. Please introduce yourself and be short with the questions so that we have still time.
Now it's better. Annik Kohli from InRate. I have a question with regard to the EU taxonomy. You were saying or talking about the taxonomy compliance, and my question is, what does it mean, being compliant with the EU taxonomy, considering that there is a lot of data missing still, as you also showed on one of your slides? And what does it mean for the market once it is introduced? How can actors become compliant with EU taxonomy?
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Victoria. My question is related as well with the EU taxonomy, similar to the prior question and relating the prior question with greenwashing and the possibility that taking into account that this is a pretty wide matter could open for greenwashing to come in. And as well, what was the criteria, the selection criteria in the analysis of equities and bonds? Is it indexes or market cap, or which was the criteria? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Monica Mechler, Zurich Insurance and former regulator. My question relates to identifying a climate value at risk. Now, in the financial crisis, we learned that these models, they oftentimes do provide insufficient information, particularly in a strong stress. Do you intend to combine this tool with a set of qualitative tools which are, for example, helping to early warning indicators to be developed, or what are the learnings which you draw with a view to complementing such a measure as a climate value at risk?
Okay, for the speakers, we have brief 3 minutes each.
Super. Thank you very much for both questions on the taxonomy, because they allowed me to clarify a couple of crucial. So the first thing is that the taxonomy is not mandatory, so there is no obligation to become compliant with the taxonomy. It's simply a dictionary that tells investors or any market participants or any manufacturer or any economic agent whether an activity is green or not. So based on that, you can assess the greenness of your investment if you are an investor. Now, of course, there is no data yet at the level of the firm that tells you how much of the turnover of a firm is eligible or compliant. But this data will come. And on the second question, that refers to the analysis that we did together with Stefano and the co-authors. So basically, given that no data exists yet that is structured according to the taxonomy, we had to use what we have, which is the NACE classification. So for each security, we looked at the NACE code that is attached to that. And based on that, we did a classification of the portfolios. Then at the very aggregate level, in order to estimate the the bond market share that could be already taxonomy eligible, we basically used the criteria that are written in the taxonomy, which allow us to estimate what's the percentage of the market. Like, for example, if the criteria in the taxonomy prescribe that only the 10% of some manufacturing production is eligible, then we take the 10% of the equity and bond market as eligible. So this is the type of analysis that we did.
We want to address the question of greenwashing and then of the value at risk.
All right. So thank you for the question about value at risk, which allows me to clarify a bit. So value at risk is just one particular statistics that you can compute once you have distributions of returns. But you can have many others, right? So value at risk is, we started from that. The reason is because value at risk has a regulatory use, and if you use the language, then people will pay attention to you. So it's very familiar to the market players. However, the value at risk that we compute is conditional to the climate policy shock scenario. So that means that you have as many value at risk as many scenarios you are willing to consider. And so, what the conversation between scientists and practitioners, I hope, will get at to is to the identification of a finite set, but not zero measure. So something like between 4 and 6 scenarios that will be a faithful representation of the heterogeneity and the diversity of things that can happen, which are really potentially very different across the different scenarios, and then they can be used. So in that sense, they are kind of qualitative, because then since you don't necessarily have, or it's very difficult to have a reliable probability of each of the scenarios, then you're asking, the supervisor will be asking the market players to say, tell me, how will you do, would you survive or not to this set of scenarios, even the more adverse, which is very similar to what happens in the stress test business, is exactly what the central bank is doing. The difference is that the scenarios and the metrics should not be just determined, identified, and developed by the finance community, in the finance practice and the supervisor. They should be co-designed with the academia, because otherwise we cannot be sure that those scenarios are severe enough, that those metrics are transparent enough, replicable, and we would end up in the risk of greenwashing, because then, of course, the short-term incentive of financial institutions is to claim that they are fine, they are not exposed to too much risk, because then they can lower the capital, right, requirement. So that's the game that you need to be careful. That's why we need objective scientific ground and the role of independent science that can vet and provide the scrutiny, the necessary scrutiny, because in the end, what we're talking about is a public safety issue. So we're not talking about just peanuts.
Any other remarks?
Maybe just one on this qualitative tools and assessment. I would just say, whatever field you are, it doesn't need to be climate change as a supervisor, so there is always space for a combination both. So that's a basic rule. So for whatever we do, we always combine quantitative and qualitative tools, and that's the usual suspect.
Anything else?
I would have, actually you said that was the last question, but I would have a question on the taxonomy myself. So a lot of the work that I'm doing recently is try to understand linkages that exist between introducing climate policies on the SDGs and other societal objectives as well. Now, I think this is, the taxonomy is great. Green and brown taxonomies, both are fantastic. However, in what you would like to do is, at the end, have some sort of taxonomy that takes, these multiple dimensions of sustainability into account, right? Climate is one objective among many, and whether you are invested in bonds or not, I think you need almost something like an SDG compatibility, or you need to broaden it. Was there any discussion when you did the taxonomy beyond climate and take into account major equity implications? I mean, there's social, environmental, and economic, right?
very briefly, hours and hours of discussion. In fact, this is called the EU taxonomy for sustainable activities. So sustainability does encompass also social and governance, the social and governance dimension. So you can expect that in the next or not so next future, at some point we'll get there. However, of course, we needed to start from somewhere, and we started from environment and in particular climate. It will be developed in the course of next years. However, it already takes into account minimum social safeguards. So, you know, an activity cannot be defined green if it employs child labor.
Just maybe one thing to add, and that's kind of related. So for the modeling part and the stress test methodology and all these things, like the importance or the reason why it's important to have it on top of the taxonomy is the fact that after this you are able to combine climate risk with other financial risk in consistent manner. So if you would have a framework how to include climate risk into your stress testing framework, then you are able to combine with your financial risks, and that's, I see, a big benefit of it.
Thank you so much for this interesting discussion that will open the floor for, it's good food for, for us researchers, it's good food for thought for new papers as well, and also we hope to bring contribution with operational metrics and methods to policymakers and financial supervisors. Actually, what the results of this session are pretty clear. I mean, there is need for a transparent assessment of climate-related financial risks and also opportunities in the economy and in particular in finance. We already started to develop in the academic community and the scientific community interdisciplinary metrics and methods. There is an opportunity to further apply them for policy work, but this requires further collaboration, and we look forward to continue the discussion with you. Two main points that emerged, one is greenwashing and the other is the need to be transparent and science-based in order also to avoid greenwashing. As we said before, climate-related financial risk requires interdisciplinary work, which means just plugging something labeled as green into a traditional financial risk pricing approach or economic model maybe will not, we are quite sure that it will not work, or it will lead to even more misleading results for recommendations to policymakers. So there is the need to be bright and bold in addressing and assessing climate-related financial risk. Thank you so much for your question, your participation. Let me thank again the four panelists and join me in thanking them.
I have some housekeeping communication. Now the session is over and you will have to leave the room and you will be given a ticket that will allow you to come back. But you have to come back by what time?
As soon as possible. As soon as possible.
As soon as possible. So the toilets are at this level.
You really need to take a re-entry ticket in front of the door. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the entrance. Please.
And so you need to be back, I would say, 10 minutes. By 10 minutes, you need to be back and make sure you get the ticket. Don't leave anything into the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my honor and my pleasure to welcome you in the name of the University of Zurich to this year's Finexus Conference on Climate Change and Financial Risks. When talking about the risks of climate change, the debate often focuses on the ecological aspects of the problem. However, many of the consequences of climate change, such as extreme weather conditions or the decreasing availability of resources, are very likely, in fact certain, to also affect the development of the global economy as well. Climate change thus poses new challenges for experts in economy and finance as well. We are here tonight to explore the financial risks caused by climate change and to discuss how to best meet future challenges. Evidence suggests that sustainable finance will play a crucial role in this context, aligning on the one side economic goals with, on the other side, objectives of sustainability. Sustainable investment practices are a key factor when it comes to managing future risks caused by climate change. As a public institution, UZH is strongly committed to providing sustainable development, to promote it, both within its own ranks, within the academia, but also outside of the institution. At the beginning of last year, we codified our commitment to sustainability in our UZH policy on sustainability, and we also published our first sustainability report. The report served as a comprehensive analysis of the status of sustainability at UZH. It pointed to areas where we clearly have a call for action, but it also at the same time impressively showed where our strengths lie. Research on sustainable finance is among one of these strengths. It's one of the most important areas for addressing the issues of sustainability in the long term. At our Department of Banking and Finance, we have several research groups who are focused on sustainable investment practices. This makes us a center of true expertise, not only within the Swiss, but in fact the international context in this field. In particular, the new Center of Competence for Sustainable Finance, you see the posters here, which we just have inaugurated, has established itself as a leading player in promoting research and teaching on sustainable finance. This center fosters and will in the future foster even more excellence in research and perhaps even more importantly, strengthen the dialogue between academia and practitioners in this area. When talking about the relationships between sustainable finance, business, economy, one is almost bound to mention the name of Joseph Stiglitz. Professor Stiglitz has made fundamental contributions to this subject over many years. Joe Stiglitz is currently professor at Columbia University, and he enjoys a worldwide reputation for his fundamental contributions to economic theory and for his research in the field of sustainable finance. His work has been and continues to be an inspiration for researchers throughout the world, including here at the University of Zurich. It is my great pleasure to welcome Joe Stiglitz among us again tonight. I say again because it's already the fourth time that Joe Stiglitz honors us by giving a public lecture at this university, every time in this room, I guess. So you know the layout quite well by now. Dear Professor Stiglitz, dear Joe, also in the name of the Executive Board, I would like to thank you for speaking again to us tonight. In the finance area, one always says that past performance is no indication of future performance. In the case of Joe, I think that I can with confidence say and predict that based on past performance, we can look all forward to a fascinating talk, followed by very stimulating and interesting discussions. But no pressure, no pressure. Let me close, ladies and gentlemen, by thanking everybody who contributed to the success of this year's Finexus conference. My thanks go
particularly to Stefano Battiston and Marc Genet and their teams for organizing this conference. This already for the third time in a row. It's wonderful to have you do this here. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you an inspiring evening at UZH. And Joe, I think you know the way to the point.
Okay. Right, very nice. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here again. Obviously, there was something deficient in my previous talks because the problem hasn't gone away. But for us academics, it's a long-run problem, so we'll have a lot to talk about for a very long time. What I want to do, particularly today, is to talk about some aspects of climate change and, as I say, in particular on risk. And I'm going to begin by a discussion of a set of motivations for what I'm talking about. And then I particularly want to spend a little time talking about why markets don't handle climate change very well. And then I'm going to try to explain why one of the major strands in economics, including some people who've gotten a Nobel Prize in this area, have not done a very good job. It's other people's work, as I need to explain. And then I'm going to take a closer look at a recent report that I wrote on the issues with Laura Stern, Nick Stern, and then finally I'll talk a few minutes about the Green New Deal, which has gotten a lot of interest in the United States, and Europe is coming up with actually a very good action plan that I'll talk about very briefly. So to begin with the motivations, I first really got intensively involved in this when I was a lead author in the 1995 IPCC report, which was a few years ago. And it was what was called the second assessment. It was the first time they brought in economists into the discussion, and the first assessment focused on the physics and the impacts on the environment. But as was pointed out, the issues are affecting every aspect of our lives, and so they decided they needed to bring in a discussion of the social and economic effects and how we might respond to it. And I helped lead that particular initiative. And one of the insights from that report, which I'll refer to on a number of points, is that there were some unique characteristics of the problem of climate change. It was very large uncertainties, both scientific and economic, very large nonlinearities and irreversibility, climate tipping points, with asymmetric distribution of impacts, both geographically and over time, a very long time horizon, and it was a global problem. It was, we called it global climate change. And as I'll come back to these, but just to take out one of those, the long time horizon, as most of you know, financial markets are very short time. And in 2000, in the first decade of this century, financial markets didn't do a very good job anticipating the Great Recession 2 or 3 years before it happened. In fact, a year before it happened, Ben Bernanke, the head of a central U.S. Federal Reserve at the time, said, nothing to worry about. Markets will handle it. So if that gives you confidence in economics, it shouldn't. The fact is, the financial markets and the vast majority of the economics profession could not see 1 year ahead, 2 years ahead. And now we're asked to be thinking about things that will be happening 10, 20, 50, 100 and more years ahead. And we have to respond to them now. And that is obviously a very big challenge. One of the things that we emphasized in our 1995 report was the application of the precautionary principle, what economists would call risk aversion, means that we have to go take actions beyond no regrets. At the time, there was a lot of discussion in the Bush administration and others that you shouldn't do anything that, if it turns out that there is no climate change, you would regret. That was the view at the time, and our argument very strongly was that we had to go beyond that. One of the key issues that we talked about in that report is discounting. How do you value future events? Because it was very clear the effects of climate change were going to be felt a long time in the future. And how do you weigh negative effects 10, 20, 50 years into the future compared to today? How much should we be willing to give up in order to save $1 in the future? Should we be willing to give up $1 today, or 50 cents, or 3 cents? And in policy analyses, at the time, in the United States, the number for discounting was around 7%. Let me try to explain what that means. 7% per year means that something that happens 10 years from now is worth 1/2 of what it is today. And if you're talking about 50 years from now, that means you're willing to spend up to 3 cents today to avoid $1 tomorrow. That means you're not paying very much attention to the future. And if you asked what happens beyond 50 years, you wouldn't pay anything, almost, to save the future. So that number, the discount rate, turns out to be an absolutely critical number. In our IPCC report, Ken Arrow and I and a couple of our colleagues, Ken Arrow is one of the greatest economists of the 20th century, wrote an article where we argued that once you take into account risk, the appropriate discount rate should be much, much smaller. Some of us, I thought it should be probably 0 or negative. But anyway, much lower than 7%. And one of the things I feel good about was when I was chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors under President Clinton, we changed the policy that we had inherited from President Bush. And we said that the discount rate that you ought to use ought to be less than 1.5%. So for long-term planning, for something like climate change. And that obviously going from 7% to 1.5% or 1% or, is a very big change. Well, it's not a surprise that under President Trump, it's gone back to 7%. He's committed to ignoring the future, as we see repeatedly. So that's one of the motivations. What I'm going to talk about today is to go back to some of the insights that we had then, and to ask where are we in thinking about how we handle risk. The second thing, which is also very much about the long-term horizon, is a suit called Juliana versus the United States. As all of you probably know, America is a very litigious society, and we love to sue. Fortunately, it's one of the ways we resolve some of our problems. Well, Juliana versus the United States is a suit brought by 21 young people under the age of 21 who are suing the United States, suing President Trump in particular, because they are, what the United States is doing is systematically ignoring the rights of young people. And, you know, Greta has become the symbol of this, but we began our suit well before Greta appeared on the scene, and we brought the suit saying that there was systematic, you might say, discrimination against the young people. The way the government went about making decisions about the environment, about climate change, systematically did not weigh their interests appropriately. For those of you who are lawyers, the suit was brought under protections provided by the Constitution, but also by something called the public trust doctrine, which is the principle that the sovereign, the state, holds the country's natural resources in trust for the public for future generations. And it's a doctrine that goes back to the Justinian Code, so it's very, very old, and was incorporated in the late 19th century into the U.S. common law. So it has an old tradition, isn't invoked that often, but it's something that has been used in the past. So I'm the expert on the part of the economics profession, but they've gotten, what's interesting is that on a pro bono basis, all the best climate scientists have joined as experts in the suit. And it's been going up and down. We have a very friendly district court, very friendly appellate court, and it's gone up to the Supreme Court twice. The Trump administration does not want the case to be heard, and twice the Supreme Court have said it has to go to trial. So it is now still in the in-between stage. But it raises, in a legal context, what economists have talked about, the importance of intergenerational equity. And if any of you want to make a contribution to it, you're obviously welcome. The third motivation of what I'm talking about, or background, is a report of a commission that was established by a government, business, academic group. It was called the report of the High-Level Commission on Carbon Prices. It was supported by the staff of the World Bank, and it was chaired by Nick Stern and myself. The mandate of the commission was to explore ways of achieving the Paris goals and what was necessary. How can we make sure that we respond in our behavior, in what we do, that will make sure that we can attain the 1.5 to 2 degree centigrade goals that were set in the Copenhagen and Paris agreements. And I'll come back and talk about some of the results, but one of the important findings was that carbon pricing, charging a price for carbon emissions, was necessary but insufficient, that you had to use other instruments. And the analytic foundations of this, which differs from some of the mainstream economics, are set out in an article that was just published recently in the European Economic Review called Addressing Climate Change Through Price and Non-Price Interventions. And what it argued is that you need prices, but you also need large public and private investments. You need regulations to guide the economy and to stimulate innovation. And the larger the investment and better the regulations, the lower the carbon price required to achieve the Paris goals. And one of the things that we've seen from what's happened, for instance, in France, is that high carbon prices have large distributive consequences, and these mechanisms are ways of mitigating some of those adverse distribution consequences. So let me go into the second topic, which is why markets don't handle climate change well. Well, from the very beginning, part of the answer should be obvious, which is that climate change is a quintessential example of an externality. And, you know, some of you may be mystified why it is that one of the two major parties in the United States has been so adamant about climate denial. The reason, in part, is very simple. It's not that they haven't had a science education. You know, our education system is deficient. I can tell you all that's wrong with it. But the United States, one of the interesting regressions is that you might think the more educated you are, the more you recognize the importance of climate change. That's true in most places in the world, but in the United States, it's not. On average, the more educated that you are, the less you believe in climate change. Now, that sounds paradoxical because we believe in universities that we do educate people, don't we? And that education has some positive benefits, including understanding what goes on. But it turns out that there's a dominant other factor, which is ideology. That one of the two parties is committed to small government. And if you think there are externalities, if there are market failures, if markets don't solve all problems, then maybe there's a role for government. And if you want to make sure that there's no role for government, you have to say there's no climate change. Because as soon as you say climate change, you realize we have to do something. If not, at least you have to have a price of carbon or have regulations. So if you look within the party, the more education, the more you believe in climate change. But on average, the Republican Party, if you haven't figured out which party it is, the Republican Party is committed to making sure that America becomes a third-rate country very quickly, and is committed to small government, and that means that ideological obsession overweighs all the influence that we can have as educational institutions. Well, I'm not trying to get you to vote in one way or another. I know you're not voters, but it is really important to understand some of the politics and ideology behind what is going on. So the externality is the obvious market failure, but there are interactions with other market failures. It exacerbates the problems associated with risk. And as I mentioned before, there are high levels of risk and uncertainty. Risk markets are very imperfect. Risk is endogenous. And climate change is bringing about, necessitating a large structural change in the economy. We're going from a fossil fuel economy into a renewable energy economy. And that's going to have lots of changes in the structure of economy. And markets don't handle well these large structural changes. And a key part of climate risk is the transition risk, the risk that the transition will not go smoothly. And this is obviously exacerbated by the fact that markets are short-sighted, as I've already mentioned. Finally, a key part of responding to climate change is innovation, But there are pervasive market failures associated with innovation, both in the level of expenditures and in the direction of innovation. You know, it should be obvious. We are spending lots of resources trying to save labor when we already have, at least in large parts of the world, high levels of unemployment. But we're spending very little resources in trying to save our planet. And any socially well-directed innovation, we'd be spending a lot more in trying to save a planet and less in trying to create more unemployment. So, as we see these examples of market failures, they actually interact well with our new understandings of the limits of markets. Prices can help address externalities, but in the absence of a full set of state-dependent prices, which never exist, regulations can be superior, at least an important complement. And the late Marty Weitzman, who was referred to this morning, wrote a very influential paper trying to explain why it was that quite often regulations or quantity interventions are superior to price interventions. A theorem that Bruce Greenwald and I proved a number of years ago was that economies with imperfect risk markets and imperfect information are essentially never efficient. And the way I sometimes put it is that Adam Smith's invisible hand, the pursuit of self-interest leads as if by an invisible hand to the well-being of society. The reason it's invisible is, under the conditions I just stated, is because it's not there. And that there are, as a result, an important role for government interventions. As we look, it's not just imperfect information, but pervasive capital market imperfections that can lead to underinvestment and problems of short-sightedness on the part of capital markets and an inadequate ways of dealing with risk. Just to mention a couple of other limitations to the market: networks matter, distribution matters, and markets typically don't pay enough sensitivity to the problems that these present. Finally, too often economists simply take the rules of the game as given. The rules of the economic game matter, and they differ across countries, and really what we're talking about here is what should be the rules of the game concerning the environment. Markets don't exist in a vacuum. The rules affect both efficiency and distribution, and there are key rules that affect climate change, and these include corporate governance, disclosure rules, bankruptcy rules, rules governing fiduciaries. And some of these rules, as they've been designed, at least in the United States, that I know better, actually bias against doing anything about climate change. So, as one example, we have fiduciary rules. You know, if you're a trust, or if you're an endowment, if you're a fund, a foundation, what are your responsibilities as a fiduciary? And one of the things that they say is you have to focus on maximizing the returns that you get from your endowment subject to risk. But you aren't allowed to look at any social concerns. You aren't allowed to look at environmental concerns. And it puts a bias on short-term investing. And now there's a big movement in the United States to try to reverse that around, to say your fiduciary responsibility is to look at the long run, to look at the climate change effects, look at the other impacts. But that's going to take a change in the rules of the game. And you see this a little bit in our general corporate governance dispute. It just came up. Larry Fink, who's the head of BlackRock, raised the issue. Since Milton Friedman in the 1970s, corporations in the United States have had a mandate simply to maximize shareholder value. And you could be brought to court if you said, I'm concerned about the environment. That was violating your role as the CEO of a company. And now, heads of American corporations, Larry Fink, have all said, no, we have to go beyond that narrow view of corporate. There's a broader sense of corporate responsibility. Well, let me talk very, very quickly about why some of the recent work in economics has underestimated the urgency and scope of what has to be done. Not a surprise in a way, given the historical dominance of the view in especially American economics profession, which dominated the global economics profession, that markets work well. And they build the assumptions that lead to those conclusions into the models without thinking about them very deeply. And that's why the models that were used by central banks all over the world did not anticipate the 2008 crisis. They didn't build into those models the possibility that banks would undertake excessive risk. And in the case of climate change, matters are even worse. As I say, it reflects the excessive confidence in markets and ignores the pervasive market failures that I've just talked about. But the models are poorly designed in other ways. They don't incorporate advances in climate science, economics, and finance, which show, for instance, the importance of nonlinearities, non-convexities, which could rise to systemic fragility. They have damage functions. What is the damage associated with climate change, which increase the damage function should increase disproportionately with climate change, but their models tend to have them increase linearly. They don't recognize the importance of climate variability, both over space and time. And they don't recognize that climate change can increase disproportionately with greenhouse gas concentrations. The dominant set of models are integrated assessment models, and a particular variant of that is called the DICE model, used, for instance, by my classmate Bill Nordhaus. The result of his simplifications is, he says, not to worry, we could easily live with a 3-degree temperature increase. And in fact, he says that would be the optimal response, to allow temperature to increase significantly above the 2-degree level. And obviously, those of us who are skeptical about that result have looked at the model and observed there's an inadequate treatment of risk, inadequate treatment of technology, and inadequate treatment of the normative framework. And all of that contribute to these, I think, results that lead to inadequate action. Let me just say a word about the normative framework. The kind of framework that he posits is society acts as if it were maximizing intertemporal utility. It uses that model to assess the social cost of carbon and uses that to set the appropriate price intervention. There are many things wrong with that, and in the few minutes I have, I can just mention one. It ignores the consequences of fat-tail distributions. That is to say, what happens if there is a significant probability of very, very bad consequences. So a normal distribution, the bell-shaped curve that most of you are familiar with, you can has one consequence, but if the probability of those very bad events is higher than would arise in a normal distribution, then the results of that analysis are very different. And it's interesting that a lot of the problems that arose in finance and the failures, you know, one of the things in the Great Recession, afterwards, they said events that are supposed to happen once every trillion years seem to be happening every 20 years. And what that says is the tails of the distribution are a lot fatter than typical people in finance have assumed. And that was what got Myron Scholes and Bob Merton into trouble. And their company, Long-Term Capital Management, went bankrupt right after they got the Nobel Prize for their work. So these fat tails are really important. Now, the standard models assume no tails because they assume no uncertainty. And that's obviously even worse. But once you have fat tails, the concept, expected utility may not even be defined. Expected utility may be minus infinity. And then you can't use that as a normative framework. And you have to look for another framework. Marty Weitzman drew attention to the fact that the tails had that were fat-tailed and what implications that had. And finally, the standard approach confuses risk discounting with time discounting. Now, in businesses, it's quite common, if you say it's risky, we're going to use a higher discount rate rather than the 1.5% you get on a T-bill, you use 5% or 7% or a higher number. But think about what that means. As I said before, if you use a high discount rate, it means the future is not something you worry about. But that's exactly the wrong normative conclusion. If there's greater risk of a catastrophe, you don't say, I'm going to ignore it more and more, which is what the standard models that add a discount factor, when they see more risk, they make the discount factor larger. And that has been a systematic aspect of the kind of Nordhaus methodology that has been very common in the economics profession and is the reason in part that future generations' impacts are being ignored. There are other problems, and I suspect that my time is running out, but let me just mention one. One of them is to assume that society is maximizing the representative agent's utility over time, assumes that there is optimal intergenerational redistribution. That is to say, if we know that there's going to be a negative impact from climate change, Florida is going to be under the water, what we do in response is put aside more money for our children. We save more so that they are better off to reflect the knowledge that they are going to be worse off because of the environment. But what has happened as we've discovered that climate change is a bigger and bigger risk? Savings rates in the United States have gone down. We're giving less and less to our children. All over the world, public investment has gone down, not up. It's obvious that we are not maximizing some intergenerational optimal utility function and putting aside money for our children because we're more worried about climate change. But that is the assumption that goes into the models that they use. And if we aren't doing that, that means that we ought to be worried about leaving our children and grandchildren with a world that is less well off because of the impacts of climate change. Florida will be underwater, and New York, you know, my standard joke is that the one good thing is the southern half of Manhattan will be underwater. And for those of you who know, the southern half of Manhattan is where Wall Street is. So that is the only good news, but they'll make us pay for them to move to New Jersey. So that's called adaptation, and the costs of adaptation are much greater than the cost of mitigation. So it again reminds us, as we heard a talk this morning, that it's better to engage in mitigation rather than move them to New Jersey. And finally, just to give you one more, I could go on, but the standard approach doesn't put any reasonable assessment on the value of life, on biodiversity, on all those things that are not in the narrow measure of GDP. And we've done rough calculations. If you just include the value of life, let alone biodiversity, the order of magnitude of the numbers changes dramatically. So, you know, obviously, if you begin your analysis with a biased model, you're going to get results that say don't do anything. If you ignore some of the most important consequences, you're going to ignore the urgency of what we need to do. Let me go through the next two topics very quickly. The report that we did, the central results of our report were twofold, that countries need to undertake what we call climate policy packages. That is to say, they have to include, as I said before, not just pricing, but regulations and investment. They have to be designed to induce technological change, learning, and they need to take into account non-climate benefits, particular example, health and lives that are affected by it. Probably the most interesting aspect of our report, one of the more interesting, is that the requisite prices need to be much higher than the current prices. So the kinds of prices that are currently in Europe are really, in most of Europe, are vastly inadequate. But we also said that those prices, the kinds of prices, $40 to $80 a ton of CO2 by 2020 and 50 to 100 by 2030, are easily absorbable by the economy. So one of our points is that this is not going to tank the economy. In fact, our argument in our report was that imposing these kinds of regulations and prices, the whole set of complementary prices, would actually be good for the economy, would actually promote innovation and make the economy more dynamic. Now, part of the packages that we talked about were a set of regulations. And particularly in America, regulations have gotten a bad reputation. And I think that's misguided. Every society needs regulations. The Ten Commandments were a set of regulations. You're not supposed to kill other people. You're not supposed to lie, all kinds of regulations. But in a city, in an interdependent society, you need regulations to live together. So you talk about New York City. If we didn't have stoplights, which are a very simple regulation of who can go first and then who goes next in a traffic, we would be in gridlock all the time. So there is this very simple regulation, not hard to implement, not hard to enforce, that enables New York City to function. And there are lots of climate regulations that are also very easy to implement. No coal-fired electric generating plants. You can see whether an electric generating plant uses coal, gas, or is renewable energy. You don't have to have a complex enforcement mechanism. You can see what fuel it uses. So there are lots of regulations, easy to enforce, and would go a long way to addressing the problems of climate change. Finally, let me say a few words about the Green New Deal. The language is meant to evoke the urgency of taking actions and the scale and scope of what is required. The New Deal was a set of policies that was introduced by Franklin Roosevelt in response to the Great Depression. He said there was an urgency. You know, for 4 years we had done nothing, and the economy went down, went further and further down, and the suffering was increasing, and there was an urgency of doing something about it, and that was what the New Deal was about. And so a large group of young people in the United States have said we are in that kind of urgent moment where we need something of significant scope. And so that when they came up with the term Green New Deal was meant to evoke that. But I often think that a better metaphor might be wartime mobilization. The magnitude of the costs we're talking about are really significant. In one recent year, the U.S. alone, one country, lost almost 2% of its GDP to weather-related events. Extreme events, fires, some of you, Australia is really experiencing, but also floods, hurricanes. So the magnitude price that we're already paying is very significant, and it makes it very clear we'll have to pay the cost one way or another, and it makes it much more sense to take an ounce of prevention rather than a pound of cure. The Green New Deal was also meant to emphasize the positive aspects of the response, that it could help stimulate the economy and a transformation of our society in the way that the New Deal and the wartime really led to a transformation of our society, bringing women into the labor force, really changing the way, leading to an urbanization, a real transformation of our society. And it's also meant to emphasize that markets on their own won't be able to accomplish what the New Deal accomplished, won't be able to accomplish the green transition. I want to say there's something really irony about the discussion about whether we can afford this kind of green transition. Some say we cannot afford it. And at the same time, around the world, there's a lot of worry about how robotization, AI, will lead to high levels of unemployment, that we'll have excess labor. And many economists, including the head of the Federal Reserve, once talked about a savings glut, inadequate aggregate demand to fully employ the capital resources we have. So on the one hand, we have a major strand in the political debate, popular debate. We have too much labor and too much capital. And then when it comes to talk about climate change, we say we don't have enough labor, we don't have enough resources to address the problem of climate change. You can't have both too much and too little at the same time. It's intellectually incoherent. And of course, my view is we have underutilized resources, and at the same time, we have unmet needs. There is no real savings glut. The real challenge is to redeploy the resources to address our needs, including those of retrofitting the economy. And so there's a puzzle why we have this inconsistency between obvious needs and this seeming surplus of a savings glut. And I think part of it is that standing in between our long-term between the savers and the investors are short-term financial markets, and that has been at least part of the impediment, and that leads to the role for green development banks. It's already part of the mandate of the European Investment Bank and the World Bank, and there are new global lending entities, South-led, including AIIB and the BRICS Bank, which are focusing on this. And one of the interesting developments is in the United States, a number of green banks are being established by the states. New York State has done it because the federal government is absent without leave. I mean, it's hostile. But New York State is going ahead and has created a green bank. Well, so I think that, as I said before, I think the green transition could stimulate the economy, could help bring in a new era of energy and other innovations. Obviously, there may be other actions that will be needed to redeploy existing resources, but I think it can clearly be done within our current economic framework. Well, let me just say a word in praise of the European Green Deal. The U.S. Green New Deal is sort of waiting for a new administration in Washington, and if we get it, a new administration will get a Green New Deal, but that's still not decided yet. But Europe has made a commitment to what they call the European Green Deal. In December, the European leaders have made a commitment to being climate neutral. And it said it will become climate neutral by 2050, protect human life, animals, and plants, help companies become world leaders, help ensure a just and inclusive transition. What is so interesting is the division on the two sides of the Atlantic. 93% of Europeans see climate change as a serious problem and have actually done something to try to tackle it. And almost 4/5 see climate action as leading to innovation and being good for the economy. And there's a whole, when we talk about climate change, it's not just energy, but it's buildings, industry, mobility. It's a comprehensive agenda. And the European Climate Deal addresses each of those components. So let me conclude. One way of thinking about what is going on is related to risk. The world is engaged in a very risky experiment. Science has provided us with an increasingly clear and bleak view of what will happen if we don't change business as usual. It's imperative that there be reductions in the emission levels and imperative that it be done in ways where the burden of adjustment is equitably shared. But the risky experiment that we're doing is not doing what is needed. There was an old joke that captures some of what is going on in this risky experiment. It was two planets were passing each other, and one of them had a big frown on its face. And the other planet said to the planet with the frown, "What's wrong?" And the first planet, the one with the frown, said, "Humans." And the second one said, "Don't worry, it doesn't last long." So that's the risky experiment that we're engaged in. Addressing climate change will require a new economic model with changed patterns of consumption and innovation. We have to remember it's a long-run problem, but it's a problem that needs to be attacked now, and there are a large cost of delay. The cost of responding to climate change, if we do it efficiently, is relatively small and much smaller than the cost of not responding. that there are large risks associated with climate change. And what I've tried to do in this talk is focus on a variety of aspects of those risks, and to emphasize that markets don't handle those risks very well, but our models for analyzing the risks haven't analyzed those risks very well either. And so that's really a big intellectual challenge. How do we incorporate both our analysis of the imperfections of the way that markets handle risk, but also include a better handling of those risks in our analysis of how we ought to be responding to climate change? Obviously, this is an area for global cooperation and for enforcement. And one of the, from my point of view, the good news is Europe's beginning of discussion of imposing cross-border taxes as a way of providing inducements for what might be called rogue states to become more cooperative. Finally, this is a university, a research university, and I think climate change poses a rich and actually essential research agenda. It should be clear from what I've already said that there are lots of questions that have not been adequately addressed, that the models that are being used are not really up to the task of giving us a clear answer of what we ought to do. In fact, some of the prevalent models are giving us the wrong answers. And so there really is an imperative for more research. And I think it's important that that research be disinterested research, independent research. We're not going to expect good answers from the oil and coal industry. We can predict what they would like us to say. And in some ways, the financial sector has, until very recently, not taken as active role in addressing climate change as it should. I've had lots of discussions with banks over the years, and one of the leading banks in the United States would say, "Oh, we're really green." And I asked them, "What have you done?" And they talked about how they've installed green light bulbs. And then I asked them, "Are you still lending to finance coal-fired generating capacity?" I would say, "Well, of course, we're interested in making money." So they have a kind of schizophrenia. They know about the importance of climate change, but they are lending to continue dirty investment projects that will ruin our world. So the point is, we can't rely on funding necessarily from the financial sector to be disinterested, because that might lead a finger to be pointed at some of their practices. It's not that one should shun support from them. It's important that they be engaged in part of the discussion. But what is imperative is that the research be independent. The economics and finance disciplines have given a short shrift to the climate science, in spite of its importance. One of the things that I found so frustrating, if you ask younger people what are the most important issues, people entering the economics profession, what are the most important issues, especially in Europe, you talk about climate change and inequality. And in the standard courses in economics, there's no discussion of climate change or inequality. There's a recent article by Oswald and Stern that looked at the publications in the economics journals of climate in the top 5 economics journals on on climate change articles. One of the top 5 had 0, as if climate change didn't exist, and as if there weren't good issues to be discussed. And I hope I've convinced you that there are really substantive, researchable issues that can be discussed. So the point is, what is required is a multiple disciplinary approach. Climate change challenges conventional thinking in economics and finance. which has assumed things like rational expectations, well-functioning markets. It's ignored important nonlinearities and non-convexities. It's ignored risk. And climate change is marked by a high level of risk and uncertainty. Advances in our ability to analyze climate change will have important collateral benefits, for instance, in other areas marked by high levels of uncertainty and risk, such as macroeconomics. So I want to congratulate you for your efforts here at Zurich of trying to begin to focus intellectually on these real intellectual challenge that are posed by climate change. And I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
So we now move to the part of the session where we have we engage in a conversation and we engage, hopefully, also the public. So, Joe, thank you so much. I think your presentation was really very rich. You touched upon very important and fundamental points. And let me start from a connection between the end and the beginning. So at the end, you talked about the importance of a Green Deal, but at the beginning, you were talking about the fact that the energy transition is potentially a structural change. So it could be a structural break. There has been structural changes in the economy in the past. And so while the green transition could stimulate the economy, not all the time transitions go necessarily well. And so in this context, there's a number of actors, including financial supervisors, including in particular the Network for Greening the Financial System, who are concerned with this transition not being smooth and being, they call it disorderly. So what is your view on how could it be that something goes wrong? What does it mean that it goes wrong, and what is it important for people?
So, I mean, there are many ways, many difficult aspects of the transition, but let me just pick up your question about disorderly. So, if markets fully anticipate the future, and climate change is an area where we're constantly learning, so there's a sense in which it can't fully anticipate, but if it could fully anticipate, then everything would be reflected in prices, and then the news that gets reflected over time would be relatively low, and therefore the changes in prices would be relatively small from one period to another. Okay? So that's what we mean, you might say, by an orderly transition. If, however, we live in a world where you have climate deniers or people who haven't fully appreciated the magnitude of the challenge of climate change, and they keep postponing it until one moment, all of a sudden, it seems impossible to ignore it. Australia provides sort of an example. Australia's been having an active debate for a very long time about climate change. And suddenly, where in every city, the fires are not in Sydney and Melbourne, but the people in Sydney and Melbourne are being affected in their breathing by the fires. I mean, you cannot be in Australia and not realize that there's something going on. And, the right-wing newspapers, the Murdoch newspapers are trying to say, well, maybe it was arson. But the fact is the temperatures have never been so high, and the whole country is kindling wood, so it doesn't take very much to cause a fire. So what is the point of that? The point is that suddenly what was a debate in the public body in Australia about whether there was climate change suddenly tipped. in a very dramatic way. And there's no debate really now about whether there's climate change. And that means there will be a moment globally where finally the world will respond, I think, by a high price on carbon. And if we delay, it won't be the $100 that I talked about. That's what you need if you acted today in conjunction with good regulations to make sure we don't have more than a 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade temperature change. If we delay, we'll have to have a much higher price of carbon. You combine a much higher price of carbon with not having done anything for a very long time, and the exchange in asset prices will be very high. And then you look at a complicated network, a complicated set of interrelated financial markets, and we're going to wind up with lots of stranded assets. Those are just a technical term, you know, assets that have a value today and wind up to be valueless. We know, for instance, that the amount of oil and coal, the oil that's already discovered is more than is consistent with 1.5 degrees. So that some of that oil that people count as part of their value of the oil company, and part of the coal that's part of the coal company, and part of the gas that's part of the gas company, those are going to turn out to be worthless. And so there's going to be big changes in asset values, and that's going to go through the economic system. And remember when we had the financial crisis in 2008, the subprime mortgages were $400 billion. Not a lot in a $70 trillion, you know, in an economy of the size of the global economy. When we're talking about the energy sector, the fossil fuel sector of the global economy, we're not talking about 400 billion. We're talking about an order of magnitude larger. So if that suggests we could have a very big shock, and that's what's meant by a disorderly transition.
Right, but then, so the timing of that transition is hard to predict, and still there could be a chance that the transition is in fact orderly, or so there are, you know, various possibilities. And actually one of the things that you were pointing out is that the endogeneity of the risk implies that, well, there are multiple scenarios ahead of us, and actually depends on, you know, the perception of the risk has an impact on us, and which means that, so how do we handle now, you said there is a difficulty, markets are not very good at handling the climate change, but our models neither. And it seems that this multiplicity poses a challenge, an intellectual challenge. How to go about it?
Well, obviously pose a very difficult challenge, and in a way, that's the way that the Stern-Stiglitz report tried to address it. What we asked was the question: assume we buy into the science that says if you go beyond 1.5, 2 degrees centigrade, you're getting into a world that we haven't been in millions of years. You're really buying into a high level of risk, and we know the likely effects on sea level, on temperature, you know, and we know that the effects will be very adverse. So let's begin by buying into that 1.5, 2 degrees and ask, how do we get there? And what is the best way of doing it? What are feasible ways, not even necessarily best ways, but what are the feasible ways of getting there? And that's the way we approached the problem. So we said, we could get to that 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade if we combined a set of regulations, a moderate carbon price, you know, $80 to $100 a ton, reasonable public investments that would be good for our economy anyway. So, and the same thing in more there's a strand of integrated assessment models that works a little bit in the same way. What they do is, rather than optimizing in the way that the models that I criticized do, what they say is, here's the goal we want, what are the alternative ways that we could get there, and what are the costs associated with those alternative ways? That's a much better, and that is a feasible approach, and it's a way of cutting through some of the endogeneity that you talked about.
And then, that's a very valid point, and then the question is, how do you use that in the context of financial risk, knowing that the typical notion in finance is, if you take what is a price is an expected value of a distribution that you assume to know, and now we're talking about the possibility there are different possible worlds. We don't know the probability of those to occur. So what is the meaning of a price that instead will be based on historical values? And we know that there is a structural break, so the future is not going to look like the present. So what is the way that we should be using for thinking about this?
Yeah. So I mean, the point you raised was the one I raised in the last slide, and I think it's a really important one, that a lot of work in finance and in economics looks at past data to estimate future risks. And what we know is we're moving into a world that we haven't experienced. So you can't necessarily rely on past data. Let me give you another example. I keep coming back to the 2008 crisis, but there was a real cognitive dissonance in what the financial markets did in risk evaluation before the 2008 crisis. Because what they kept saying was, we've invented new financial tools, new financial instruments, and we're in a new world. And then you ask that, how do you evaluate the risks associated with the new financial instruments? And they use data from the old world, which was totally irrelevant because they had claimed that they moved us into the new world. So the fact was that their risk estimates were totally bogus. They actually had created instruments that had increased risk. But the real point I want to make is you cannot, they were trying to rely on old data for a new world that they had helped create. Well, we are moving into a new world. Climate risk is different from the risks that we've had before. You've never had the magnitude of the risk on the price of fossil fuels that we've had going forward. And we know the direction in which it's going, but we just don't know when people are going to wake up. We don't know the magnitude of climate science. There's a lot of, the climate change. So there's a lot we don't know. We know the direction. But it's very clear to me that the markets have not fully taken this into account. If they would, the price of coal companies would have been would be much lower. And if you look in the United States, they have collapsed a lot. But it was because of shale oil, not because of climate change. And shale gas, not because of climate change.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No. On this point, it is exactly a notion that is coming up very often when I go around and meet both people from the industry and from financial supervisors, and that is the notion, so-called materiality of the risk. And the way they say materiality is the risk is material if I can already see it in the time series of prices from the past, and if it's not material, then there's no reason to act. And so what is your argument?
It's almost the opposite. I mean, the fact that the markets were underestimating the risk of subprime mortgages is the reason why the regulatory authorities should be paying attention to it. Any reasonable economist could have seen that there was a housing bubble. And if the market didn't see it, That's really hard to understand, but a good regulator would have said, okay, I can't be sure that there's a housing bubble, but we've never seen anything like it, and it's not likely that people are going to spend 80% of their income on housing, which is what would have to happen if you continue this price path of housing. So you could have said that there was a high probability of a housing event, and the market isn't fully rational.
So drawing on that analogy with the financial stability, essentially that was the problem back then in 2008. So essentially, are you saying that with a very similar argument, just looking at the financial component that is coming from climate risk, then it would be essentially in the duty of a number of financial supervisors to say, to demand from those institutions that are under supervision, show me how you are going to handle climate risk. Do you have the right scenarios? Is
that's right. I mean, and there's an increasing movement in the United States and many other countries to require, as a matter of law, the disclosure of climate risk calculated in an appropriate way. So what would happen to the value of your assets if the price of carbon went to $100 a ton? And look at that from a systemic point of view, not only your direct, but what would happen to your supply chain, your customers, your economic environment. So what will happen to your profits and your market value in a world in which climate risk was finally recognized to be what it is, and you know, whether it's $100 a ton or $200 a ton, show me what will happen to the value of your firm, your bank, if that happens in the next 5 years.
Right. So that brings me to the looking into some of the issues that you have raised on the standard approach on the economic analysis of climate change. And essentially you were saying, well, some of these models, one of the problems they have is that, first of all, they're ignoring tail risk. They're using a discount rate that is questionable. I mean, we know there's not a single question of what is the right discount rate. It will always remain open, but still, you argue that it definitely was too high. And another element was that you touched upon briefly, I would like you to elaborate a bit more, is that essentially the criterion for decision, the objective function that is used to say what is optimal or not optimal, is essentially only based on GDP. And then, but when we look at what is, this morning we were listening to what a world at 3 degrees could look like, that comes up with a number of things that have nothing to do with GDP, because we are talking about the survival of the species or the other species, but also our species. So a number of things that are clearly not covered by the GDP. So how do we reconcile this, or maybe there's no way to reconcile? I don't know, but what is your take on that kind of a normative approach of reducing the objective function to just one dimension?
I think what you can say is, first, it almost surely gives us a vast underestimate of what needs to be done. You're leaving out many of the most important costs. So you know that you've biased your results. So the second question is, could you incorporate these other costs into your objective function? And I think, the answer is you could. It's probably very uncomfortable for many people. To give you one example, you have to value individuals' lives and you have to value biodiversity. And we know that both of those are problematic. But what we can do is construct models. We had one example this morning where you could describe that if these events, climate change goes over a certain level, there will be a loss that will be very large. You can get a sort of a bottom line estimate of what that loss would be. Let's assume that so many thousand lives are lost. So a minimal value to biodiversity that will be lost. And you say, okay, that number is very large. We can put that into the model, and what do you want to do? And it will almost surely be the case you want to avoid that catastrophe. And that means you want to reformulate the problem is what do we do to make the probability of that catastrophe happening very low?
So on the one hand, if I understand correctly, society, so the kind of world towards which should be going, that's a kind of a societal question because society should decide about that because that's about the risk of conflicts, migrations, even the very existential risk for humanity. And then, so that's the kind of decision that have to be made. But that comes with a number of, if you want now to make that decision rationally, then you should be using criteria that are consistent with those dimensions, those preferences. And if you don't, then you're just having an optimality that is completely disconnected and incoherent with your necessity of going, satisfying your own preferences.
Yeah, very much so. And another way of putting it is there's enough evidence from climate science that going beyond 2 degrees has a significant risk of resulting in, you might call disastrous consequences that we would want to avoid. You would ask, if we were to have a discussion, do we want to avoid even a 5% probability of so many deaths, so many disasters? I think there'll be a global consensus. Yes, this is too big of a risk to undertake, and so we should do what we can to avoid it. Now, if it came out that it cost us 95% of GDP to avoid that 5% probability, then you would open up the discussion again. And you might want to fine-tune, what the trade-offs are. But if it turns out that you could actually achieve that 1.5 to 2 degrees objective with easily absorbed within our current standards of living, then you would say, why would you, in your right mind, undertake a risk of a global disaster for something that we get almost an imperceptible benefit from today?
So then, where is the rub? Where is the obstacle? What is the gridlock coming from? Is it the political
I think it's special interest. I mean, to put it bluntly, I think if there were no coal oil industry and no people who had invested in and lent to the coal and oil industry and in one way or another, and it's just not only on investment. The coal miners are an important one of the big problems in the United States. Turns out to be the construction workers who are expanding the gas fracking fields. They're good-paying jobs, and there are a lot of bad-paying jobs, but there aren't many good-paying jobs. So on both the capital and the labor side, there are lots of people who are doing well as part of their destroying their environment.
But the narrative has changed a lot. So 5 years ago, all companies would have said, actually a bit before Paris Agreement, they used to say, there is no climate change, and they would just deny it. And then they would start, slowly, they would say, yes, maybe there is climate change, but there's nothing we can do about it, or it's not human-induced. And then, getting close to the Paris Agreement, there was, if you follow the tweets of these kind of accounts from oil companies over time, that's kind of where you see the change in the narrative. And then they start saying, yes, there is climate change, but it's going to be very costly for the economy. And then they said, well, finally, then I said, yes, there is climate change, there is something we can do about it, and we want to be part of it. That's the new narrative. So shouldn't worry anymore? You think, what is the, should we trust that all the oil companies are now on board in the transition?
Well, let me begin with the coal companies. I can assure you the coal companies are not on board. And, some of the oil companies have been on board in rhetoric. BP Beyond Petroleum is one of the slogans, but the CEO was fired. So who said that? So it's not clear. But he also made some other mistakes. But a number of the companies are reimagining themselves as energy companies or doing something beyond that, even going into doing research on carbon storage, because I say we have some of the technology that might be good on carbon storage. So I think a number of them are waking up to the reality that they better diversify their portfolio because they're worried about climate risk. So there has been a change in the narrative. But I think they're still in a different time horizon than we need. I think all this discussion has helped move them along. Exxon no longer spends money to fund think tanks to deny climate science like it did for a long time. So it's a better, it's an improvement, but it's a little bit like the cigarette companies. This is unfair, I'm sure. The cigarette companies no longer claim that climate science, that there's no adverse health effects. They just actively try to promote smoking among young people all over the world, except where it's regulated. And so, and they sued in Uruguay when Uruguay passed a regulation saying you had to disclose that cigarettes are bad for your health. They sued them because the result was that sales went down, and there was an investment agreement that said you can't pass regulations that are bad for our bottom line, no matter what the societal benefits are. So that suggests that they're not totally, in the cigarette companies, they're not health deniers, but they're not pro-health.
So how about the financial industry? Because financial industry, we have to say, Paris Agreement, since the Paris Agreement, and probably even in the making of the Paris Agreement, the fact that in the Article 2 was included the role of the financial flows, it was kind of a game changer. Since then, we probably wouldn't have this kind of conference if people wouldn't realize that much of the financial institutions were interested in getting into the game of the climate change and the climate mitigation. So it seems, at least on the paper, all financial industries are getting organized to get more and more aligned to the targets. So is that fine? Is there something? Are you still worried, or what?
Yeah, yes, I'm worried. Let me say, in the 2008 crisis, we talked about banks being too big to fail, too big to jail, but they're also too big to be managed. And one aspect of that bigness is, you might say it's a strength, is the diversity. Within these big banks, there are groups of people working very hard for green finance, green bonds, trying to really improve the quality of the lending. And and these are among the brightest and the most committed. They really are doing good job. But there can be, in the same bank, another branch, another part of the bank that's lending to dirty coal, or lending to finance a coal-burning generator. And they'll say, you know, people need electricity. I can give their whole spiel about why what they're doing is very important for poor people, because if they don't have electricity, you know, but you ask them, well, why don't you finance renewable energy? Why don't you work with, an aid agency to get some more renewable energy? You know, and they don't answer that question. So, what? Well, because they see profitable lending opportunities or profitable investment opportunities. So the point, I think, is to try to shift the balance to make more of these institutions focus on green lending, and to not only that they adopt the language of corporate responsibility, but also actually do it in their practice. I mean, we mentioned Larry Fink talking about it at the top. You know, BlackRock, which is the largest, I think, owner of finance, several $1 trillion. But in that portfolio, there's a lot of dirty assets. So he hasn't cleaned out his portfolio yet.
Well, as a manager,
but it's going to take a long time. And the positive side is, if you begin to talk about it, eventually it will happen.
Yeah. Well, the asset manager industry is simply essentially reflecting the market. So if the market is brown, then the asset manager portfolio is going to just reflecting that. So so now coming back to somehow the dynamics of the transition. So what would be, you know, if essentially we continue with the wrong models, or models that are not assessing appropriately the risk, what will happen? I mean, what is the consequence on not having an appropriate assessment of risk, which is what we're trying to do?
Yeah.
In
I mean,
conference.
What is wrong is illustrated by those models that said it's okay to have 3.5 degree temperature. What that means is we won't do as much as we would otherwise. And the problem is that so long as those models have not been thoroughly discredited, the special interests who don't want to do anything say, oh, there's disagreement among the scientific community. There is an authoritative figure that says 3.5 degrees is okay, or 3 degrees is okay. So I think it's really imperative that the research community show what is wrong with those models. You know, I don't think the Nobel Prize Foundation really did the world a service by recognizing at last the importance of climate science, but then seemingly to pretend that the models that came with that conclusion were based on good science.
Well, certainly an important merit was to bring the climate topic to the attention. I think that was one of the big thing last year with the Nobel Prize. At least now everybody knows that that should be a topic in economics. We'll see if that will have an impact. Okay, I think we have covered a lot of ground, and I'd like to open the floor to some questions from the public. But for the sake of time and for the sake of getting the conversation structured and organized, I would like really that you think through your question. It has to be a question. It has to stay into about 30 seconds or 1 minute if you can. I see Axel over there, so if we can organize the microphones. He was raising the micro. How many micros do we have? Okay, so there's one question over there, and this, the gentleman in the center, Professor Mikhailova. And we'll collect batches of 3 questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question would relate to the regulation of export credit agencies. What would be your suggestions how to regulate their business? Because evidence shows that they have been consistently financing fossil fuel infrastructure, and especially now with the rise of the East Asian powers, this is increasing.
The Q1 over there, Rihai.
Yeah. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for this really interesting presentation. I wanted to come back to two different points. So one was about the monetization of issues that are very tough to monetize, like biodiversity. You, I think, can't remember now, you added a value of life, right? Is value of life really the productivity of a person? I mean, there's a library of literature about this. I'm wondering whether we should not value those things. We should not evaluate them economically. Another way of looking at those could be that there's a lot of echo, by the way. Is that better? Okay. Another way of approaching that would be that basically you start to model physical constraints on issues which are outside the monetization. So you try to be cost-effective, as cost-effective as possible to solve the climate problem. But at the same time, you try to put biodiversity constraints into your model as real physical constraints, because it's a societal value within the context of each country, what sort of biodiversity they want or don't want to preserve. It's a little bit like the WHO would not set its health guidelines based on economic optimization. They set the health guidelines about PM 2.5 in the ambient in air based on whether it's going to kill you in the long term or not. And I think that's a better way. So not everything should be subject to monetization. That's my argument here. I was wondering what you think about this. That's at least what we do at IASA. We try to differentiate very carefully what we monetize, what we don't want to monetize. Second, very quick point, very quick comment perhaps, is...
Just because it's you, Q1.
Yeah, okay, very quick, is Bill Nordhaus and the Nobel Prize. So my interpretation of this is that Bill received the Nobel Prize because he was, in the early 1970s, the first person who really put environmental science into an economic model. So basically, it's amazing what sort of carbon cycle he had in the first version of the DICE model, and that he was thinking about the damage function, which I completely agree with everything that you said about the current use of DICE. But I wanted to add that I think despite the really odd way that the DICE model is used at the moment, and it's completely inappropriate, I think the pioneering work that he had done in the 1970s merits the Nobel Prize from my point of view.
There was a question here, Marco Galbiati, but you have to state your name and get the micro, and try to stay in 30 seconds.
Yes, Marco Galbiati, IHS Market. There was a question about the economics, how come that certain things still become so influential in the economics profession? Again, DICE model, in my opinion, they're extremely boring from a mathematical point of view. They lead to really strange conclusions. But I guess this is covered by already that question. The other point was finance. This has been also maybe covered already. I see some potentially positive strength in there. You mentioned some very bright people in finance that try to look at green investment. Do you think that that could be really something, if that part of finance, the good part of finance grows, could that be that is the point where actually a revolution starts? Because again, oil companies, if 90% of your assets are in oil or coal, there's not much you can really do about that, except maybe shutting down and losing your job. If instead you're in finance, it's just a matter of where you place your portfolio, and so you are more nimble, you're less constrained, maybe. So I was wondering whether there is a hope from that part of the economy.
Thank you. We're going to take a fourth one. Rahul, over there. Rahul. And then you on the next batch.
Thank you. Joe, I have a very quick question for you.
Can you comment on whether we've learned how to learn, considering everything we know is in the past and we're talking about dealing with the future?
Very short. Okay, so I think it's good for this batch. Let's go to the...
Okay.
Joe, the floor is yours.
A lot of hard questions here. The easy question first, which is the first question, should particularly government agencies that lend, say, to developing countries or abroad, even take into account climate? I think the answer is absolutely yes. In fact, I think all public agencies ought to take into account climate and climate risk, because it is a public imperative. And if we had a full carbon price, you would say, okay, we'll let the market take care of it. But we know we don't have a carbon price, and we know markets aren't going to take care of it. And that's why I think it has to be part of the decision-making, thinking of every public agency. So if a central bank goes beyond owning government T-bills to owning private corporates, it should not buy dirty private corporates. It shouldn't buy bonds from a coal company. And a government export-import finance should not be lending for coal-fired generators. And this, let me say more broadly, is a very major issue because that has not been fully appreciated. It's a global issue. The Belt and Road Initiative, China is itself moving more to green internally, but it's financing a lot of dirty coal-generating power plants around the world. And so it's really a global issue. And there ought to be a global agreement among the export-import financing to stop this kind of activity. And I would put something that people ought to be working on in that field. The issue of how do we deal with valuing these very hard to value things, life, health, biodiversity, and how we incorporate that into our analyses. In a way, this was an issue that when I chaired another international commission on the measurement of economic performance and social progress, we debated that issue. Should we incorporate it into some way of measuring and GDP and the conclusion we came to is no, that you needed to have a dashboard, we said. And so you have income as one variable, but you may want to have physical metrics to represent longevity, health, the environment. And yes, you can add them up, but you lose information in adding them up, and the numbers, the weights, are just so controversial that you're not really going to resolve the public policy decisions about what you want to do. And it's a lot better to do what you suggested as you solve your problem of optimization, if you want to embed it in an optimization problem, to put it as constraints about what is the limit of the number of deaths that you want to accept, of what is the limit on the erosion of biodiversity that you want to accept. It can be a useful, what I would call exercise, to say what would happen if we put in a number just to see, how it might change. So, for instance, as you pointed out, there's a large literature on the value of life. I wrote a book a few years ago called The $3 Trillion War. It was about the war in Iraq. And I used I called it a $3 trillion war because the real number was 5 trillion or 6 trillion, but I didn't want to scare people. I wanted them to sort of, think that I was reasonable. But the magnitude, the role of lives is very important. The cost of disability and healthcare alone, not the value of life, but the disability and healthcare for our returning veterans, troops, is over $1 trillion. So if you add to that what this has done to the value of their to the lives killed and the value of the, if you lose, we have a way of valuing a hand and an arm and a leg and an arm and a leg. We can do it, but, I don't think any of you, if you said, would you be willing to give up an arm for $10,000, you would probably say, no, I'm not willing to give up an arm for $10,000. So those numbers don't really mean a great deal. But they are a little bit useful by saying, when you add those on, the cost of climate change become an order of magnitude greater than what we've been estimating in the models like the Nordhaus model. So that's really the point of doing it, to give you a rough feeling of what would happen if we did it in a way like when we do in the United States, whenever we issue a regulation, we have to do a cost benefit. And as part of the cost benefit analysis, we do put a value of life in that cost benefit analysis. And there's standard numbers that the government uses for the valuation of life. So we do it as an operational thing, because ignoring it is just so wrong. I mean, pollution costs lives, and the cost of stopping the pollution is very small. You're absolutely right that I think one of the reasons that he got the Nobel Prize had to do with the fact that he was one of the early people doing the work. But even his early work was flawed in terms of the standards of the time. In other words, he didn't include intergenerational, what I said before, how you handle risk, how you handle intergenerational distribution issues, were not up to the standards that were already in the literature in the 1980s and 1970s. So some of my critique is not that he hasn't incorporated all the things that have happened since, but even at that time, there were big flaws that led to systematic biases in his judgments. And at that point, I mean, part of the claims of those models was, for the United States, we shouldn't be concerned because while Florida might be underwater, Maine, we would be able to swim. So Maine would become more touristic because it would be, the water is very cold off the shore of Maine. So it would become much more attractive. And Nova Scotia in Canada, Canada would be a big winner because it would become a much warmer place to live.
There was a question on the green finance, and then also...
What was the question on green finance?
The growth, whether the growth of green finance is, what is Marco Galbiati? The question on green, I'm trying to rephrase your question. The importance of the growth of green finance.
It seems to me that finance is we can have more hope
because they can change, because their business model is not entirely
No,
dependent.
and I think the attention that the financial community is paying to green finance is playing a very positive role. You know, what it means is that every company, when it starts thinking, it's thinking about issuing a green bond, or do we meet the standard, or, you know. So the importance of getting the notion of a green transition into the public discourse is very important, and finance is a very important part of, obviously, a key part of the way our economy works. And the elevation of green finance within the financial community has made a very important contribution. And as I said before, those parts of the financial, you know, of many of our major banks that have been pushing these green bonds have become real missionaries for these issues, and have played, as I say, an extraordinarily positive role. And then the question about learning to learn. Have we learned? I think, you know, the learning process is always slow. What I was trying to do in some of my discussion is to say, what can we learn from our mismanagement of risk in the Great Recession for the big issue we were facing, not a little, you know, not just a recession, but something that's threatening the whole global planet. And I think there's a lot we can learn. I think we've been very slow to learn it, especially within the economics profession, which I know better, maybe within finance. There is a resilience of, for instance, assumptions like rational expectations, using past data to project the future, when we know that has not worked. And we know in climate change it can't work, because we know that the environment is changing before our very eyes. There's been a slower adaptation, slower learning than I would have hoped, as I say, especially in the economics profession that I know well.
We have to be so if you all agree that we eat up a little bit, we have a margin of like 5-10 minutes, so if we can have a short second batch. So there was one gentleman here and the guy in the...
Hi there. Given the new social contract, I'm more interested, like computer scientist, to build a framework, a dynamic framework, and addressing the intergeneration income. I'm curious to know the ingredients for a new model about the intergenerational income.
Gentleman in the center, yeah, behind, yeah.
Professor Stiglitz, you touched on three. I want to move more to the policies, not the fact. And you touched on a regulation, you touched on investment, you talked on carbon pricing. I would like to introduce a fourth element and ask your opinion about it. That is also helping to reduce the negative distributive consequences, which is reducing value-added tax in France, or taxes, with increasing price with their revenues from carbon price increases.
You were on that side? Yeah. I don't know who was first, but just to diversify with the...
Hello. Hello. Thank you very much for a great presentation. You talked about oil, the coal, and how to finance, but there is another sector, especially food production, that is also very has a big carbon footprint. And I was thinking, what's your intake on how to solve the problem of this pollution in food production?
One last question, maybe over there. Yeah, in the back. Yes, the gentleman over there.
Hi, thanks very much for the talk.
I'd love you to elaborate on why, what was your logic behind the price of carbon increasing over time? It strikes that the marginal cost of taking carbon out of the atmosphere is the most that it will ever be now, because technology will improve. And a marginal ton of carbon in the atmosphere now is bad both now and in the future, so it has a higher social cost than carbon that we emit in 20, 30 years' time. Cheers.
Thank you. Joe, we
Okay.
don't have much time, so if you can try to make a little...
Go through it, okay. All the questions touched on really fundamental issues. Let me talk about the question first of terrestrial carbon. Trees, agriculture contribute, the way we manage agriculture affects a great deal carbon emissions, and there are better ways of managing it and worse ways of managing it, and we've not paid as much attention to agricultural practices. But it's also clear that the food that we eat affects a lot carbon, and that's why there's a big movement away from meat and towards vegan and vegetarian. The difference in carbon footprint between, I think is a factor of 7 between the two. So it is a major moving more towards vegetarian and vegetable can have a very big effect on emissions. And it's an example where I think if we had a carbon price and the relative price of these different foods changed, people would change their diet gradually. And I notice it's already happening for concerns about climate among my students. We always have our students over for dinner once a semester, and we have smaller classes, I think. Now we have to serve a vegetarian because so many of our students are vegetarian now. So that is an important dimension that is often left out. And it's interesting that when I talked about the European plan, it was not, that was not listed in the European Green Deal of changing farming of agricultural practices was not in the list. In New Zealand, about half the emissions come from the methane from cows, from sheep, which is a major industry. And it's a major problem in New Zealand because they don't know, they haven't figured out how to make sheep without methane. So that's an important research function going forward. The issue of the intergenerational, the social contract across generations, cross-generational issues are really much harder than within a generation because those 5 generations from now aren't alive to negotiate with us. Their voice is not being heard. I talked about the problem of those 21 young children. They're not heard because they don't get the right to vote in most states until they're 21. But those who are alive 5 generations from now have no say in the world that we're going to leave them. And that means that we really have to think about this from a philosophical point of view. We have to look into ourselves and say, what do we think is fair? What do we think is right? What is a good society? And those are difficult and deep discussions, which economists don't like to have, and I think finance is probably even worse. But they are actually essential as economists. What do we think about the world? The market doesn't answer that question at all. The market doesn't answer a question about what is a good distribution. It just does what it does. And the distribution we leave to society to sort out at the end. And it hasn't done a very good job recently. But the point I had to make is that's why it's our obligations as citizens to think through what we think of is a fair society, a good society, and what should we leave to 5 generations from now. And I think a lot of us think that what is going on is not ethically fair. And it's sort of, if you looked at it from the perspective like Rawls in the Just Society of behind the veil of ignorance, what would I like? What would be fair? I think most of us would say if I were going to be born in 5 generations from now, I would not want to be left with a world in which we've had 3 or 4 degrees increase in temperature and the consequences of that. And if you think of it that way, then you say, well, I'm being born now, not 5 generations from now, but putting myself in the place of somebody born, what we are doing now should be unacceptable. You know, I think it is important for us to think through things in that kind of philosophical way. The question about the VAT, I think what one really wants to put this within the broader perspective that as we address the problem of climate change, we have to recognize that there will be some losers, some people who are going to be worse off, that are going to be distributive consequences that I mentioned are already reflected in the politics of climate change. And some of the policies that we can think of that ameliorate, address those, are moves in the right direction, but they may not be enough. Let me give you one example. There is in the United States a very big move among even the conservatives for a carbon tax, the receipts of which would be redistributed as a uniform dividend to everybody. And almost all economists will say that's progressive because on average, higher income people consume more carbon, and so now you have a tax that is progressive, it goes up with income, and then you're giving it back uniformly. And that's viewed as, you would say it's redistributive. But there are 2 problems with it. First of all, it's not perceived as progressive because you're giving the very rich guy the same dividend that you're giving a poor guy. And so that package, in the way that's widely perceived, is not viewed as, people don't look at things in the way the economists do. And the second, perhaps more important one is that being fair on average doesn't address the large differences among people at the same level of income. So among the people with limited income are some people who have to drive a lot, and that uniform dividend is not going to be enough to compensate them. And so we have to be a little bit more sensitive to, can we construct, say, redistributions for those in rural areas that have to drive more? And the answer is yes, we can. They still will be imperfect. But giving a rebate based on lowering the VAT is, in effect, giving more money back to higher income people. And so it's less redistributive than a uniform dividend would be. And then the final question was...
Well, I think we are through also...
No, there was a price that was a really interesting question. It was
tried.
Oh, I know what the question was. No, the question is, what is the optimal price dynamics of the carbon tax? or you can say the carbon regulation over time. And that was one of the questions that our Carbon Commission addressed and could not reach agreement on. And there are two different forces moving in different directions. One of them is that you want people to be able to adjust over time. And it is difficult for people to adjust over time. And so raising the price to a very high level quickly imposes very high adjustment costs. And increasing it gradually allows people to adjust more gradually. And there's a political economy, because of that slow adjustment, it leads to less political opposition. But the other argument is that a high carbon tax in the short run is going to induce a lot more innovation. People are going to wake up. We really have to innovate. If you increase the price very gradually, people are not, just like consumers can absorb it better, businesses will ignore it more and will be less inclined to do innovation. So there are arguments that say that a high carbon price initially will incentivize more innovation, and innovation, particularly in reducing carbon, has double benefits. If early innovation means that we get the innovation over a longer period of time, and it's particularly important for us to reduce our emissions now when we're emitting so much. And so that having innovation in early stages while we're big emitters is really valuable. Once we get to carbon neutrality, reducing emissions is not so important. So the bottom line is, in our commission, we couldn't agree which was more important, these two forces. And in my paper in the European Economic Review, I try to argue, I think, suggest that I think that a price path with a high initial price is, from an economic point of view, better, but the politics of this are more uncertain.
All right, so now I'm going to soon ask you for like a take-home message or wrapping up, but before I do so, because the time is almost through, and after this we are inviting you for a small apéro down in the Lichthof. But before we go into that, I would like to thank a number of people who have been instrumental in making this event happening. Actually, there are too many, but I'll thank for sure our president, Hein Gardner, and our vice president, Schöpfmann, the dean of our faculty, Gal, and the director of our department, Marc Chenet. Also, the entire team of the newly born Center of Competence on Sustainable Finance, as well as all the people in my team in the Finexus Center who have been devoting their time in the last Europa Institute, who has been, that's actually from whom you received the invitation, and not last but not least, sorry, the INET, which is granting the task force on macroeconomic externality and financial stability that is directed by Joe, and it is contributing also to this event. So we're now towards the end. We've been talking about climate change, what it means for risk. Essentially, the sense is somehow we are living in such an interesting time, also intellectually, because it's maybe from the point of view of humanity, it's the first time that we can jeopardize the planet, as the joke that you were making about the planet. So it's the first time that we have the technology to really massively jeopardize our own existence, but it's also the very first time that we are aware of it. So we have the science to reflect upon that, and you know, it's time to gamble. What will happen next? And what is the message for society that you would like to give and to research? I don't know, it's up to you to choose.
Well, I guess, you know, the two messages are, you know, first, it's obviously, as you say, we have over 250 years used fossil fuels to raise our standards of living enormously, you know, from what they were before the Industrial Revolution. As we did this, we didn't understand the limits, our planetary boundaries. We didn't understand what we were doing to the world. So we were raising ourselves above where we had been for, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years, but at the expense of our world. And it's sort of, you know, 250 years on into this industrial revolution of raising our living standards, we now realize what we have been doing. In a way, what led to this industrial revolution was science, was knowledge.
And fossil fuels.
What?
And fossil fuels.
And fossil fuels, but it was fossil fuels, but also research science. The reason why I mention that here is climate change, climate science is a real achievement of science that, you know, almost, probably more than 100 years ago, chemists and physicists began to realize that there could be greenhouse gases. They realized it theoretically before they could measure it. It's a real achievement of science that they predicted that this could happen before they could detect it. And then we improved our metrics, our instruments, and now as we have ways of detecting what is going on, and we see the damage that we've done over a period of 250 years. And we can, in real time, measure the damage that we're doing today. I mean, it really is amazing achievement of science. So science has enabled us to destroy the world, and science is now enables us to measure the pace at which we are destroying it. But advances in research and science and social sciences have also given us the instruments to stop us from doing that. So we are at this, you know, really critical juncture where we now have at our disposal mechanisms to prevent us and to reverse what we are doing. And so the real question is, will we be able to do it? Will we develop the science more that will enable us to reverse it? The social science that makes us more aware of the tools that instruments, the policies that we need to do. And so it's both the research on the one side and the actually doing it on the other that we're at this really critical juncture, which is a real moment of opportunity. As I say, I'm convinced that we can do it in ways that actually enhances our standard of living. So the pattern that began 250 years ago of raising our living standards doesn't have to be reversed. But if we don't move away from fossil fuels, it will be reversed.
And what will be the role of society, civic society, or you know, you describe what is the role of research, but is there, because it seems to be that the blockage at the moment is the political economy. So
yeah, it is a political. So I talked about you know, this is an old debate in economics, the benefits of continuing the status quo. You know, I talked about the coal industry, the oil. Those are very concentrated, and so they exercise their political power very strongly. The cost to the rest of us are very disparate, and are felt disproportionately among the poor in developing countries. And so their voice is not being heard. And that's where civil society comes in, that...
so somehow their cause, the climate cause and the social cause could get united.
Very, very much so. And there's a real problem in our democracies, particularly in American democracy, because the vested interest realize that democracy is going to work against them. And so they've been trying to undermine our democracy. So we are, in a way, climate change is a test of our democracy, because if we can't do what is essential for our society, then it means that our democracies have failed.
All right, so let's hope that's not the case. And there are two people that we're closing now, I promise. There are two people that I forgot to thank. One is you, all the people that came to in this room, and those who were not able to fit into the room, and those who were actually following us on the streaming in the internet and on Twitter, thanks to the social media who are sitting over there managing. And the other person is you, Joe. I mean, we are really so grateful. You came and share your insights, and so profound, and this is something that for us is enriching us really very much. So we have a very small symbolic present for you. And with this, I would like to invite you all to thank Joe. Thank you really very much, Joe. Thank you so much.